this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes. It's alright, everything will be okay. When the sunrise, dark turns to light. Even when nothing is going your way. When the sun sets, don't get upset. Up to you what you wanna do in this lonely summer night. Just make sure that it's worth the while and that it feels alright. All good vibes.
It's Breezy 93.9 FM.
Mayo, from the place that I call home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Mayo, from her beautiful blue seas, but I'm playing the game, trying to get to this fame. Oh, oh. Yeah. I got to think hard before I make decisions. Think about what I've earned and what's given. Think about my future and my love. Play some ball, mess around and switch it up. Mix some C's with some B's and make a book. Too many trees, they be starting to hurt my lungs. In the box doing nothing that ain't fun. What the hell am I doing? I got to run now. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I got some hearts to fill and break free from this habit of negativity. Oh damn weak that be sticking to me like macaroni in K3. I'm far away from the comfort of my bed, but it's all good just as long as I can keep my head. Yeah, I'll be back, don't you worry about that. But first I gotta get on track and make some tracks now. Miles, miles from the place that I call home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles, miles from her beautiful blue seas, and I'm playing the game. Yeah, I'm playing the game. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got 200-300 in my wallet. I check my phone, see that nobody is calling. On the TV, everyone is balling like they stalling, but I'm stalling cause I'm all in. I think about the nice weather, cause I'm freezing in a big sweater. Haven't talked to G, Josh, even Mr. Sweller. Used to make hits and you know it lasts forever. Hey, take me back, take me back. Backpack, snapbacks, Kendrick on the Mac. Dreaming about putting Guam music on the map. Screaming about rhymes, we be planning our attack. Hey, I'll be back, my homies. Please stay hungry, so you know that I'm coming. Make a few hundreds, then add a few commas. Be honest, and you know you gotta stay humble. Now, miles from the place that I call, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles from her beautiful blue seas, and I'm playing the game. Yeah, trying to get to this fame. Miles from the place that I call home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Miles from her beautiful blue seas. Yeah, she's calling my name. Trying to get to this fame. Miles from the place that I call home, but she's calling my name. Yeah, she's calling my name. Hey, Miles from her beautiful blue sea. Yeah, I'm playing the game. Yeah, I'm playing the game. Yeah, Miles from the place that I call home.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Season, you say there's a reason why you I can show you what this real island girl wanna do. Listen, it's time for a love takeover. Come and rub a dummy, rest your head on me shoulder. Me, I give you loving like you never knew. Me, I can show you what this real island girl wanna do. Yeah, my love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart will let you go. Oh no, my love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart will let you go. Oh no.
Uli die sombranzelten maak. Et zu te saluda antes de niga. Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu. A nogi distancia como gupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa gilo tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi
Tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
you're feeling irate, stop shaking on your knees. You do not need a plan, just be a real man. If you're feeling a touching you, then you got it on. Touching her, you're feeling her and rubbing, pleasing her return. You got it, son, drop a con, say you wanna. You say you wanna dance with me, come on and dance. Be a straight man, grab her by the hand. Get up on the floor, she be walking out the door. You're feeling irate, stop shaking on your knees. You got the master plan, so I'll be the real man. Know you got it on, touching up, feeling up, rubbing up, pleasing up, everyone. Everyone come dance like me. So dance with me now. Certainly that beat down.
Music is playing, the beat is bumping. I'm so nervous and my heart is pumping. My legs are shaking, my hands are sweating. I wanna dance, but I don't have a chance. You gotta be a man and put your foot down and go up to her and ask her to dance. And when you move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body.
Everyone come dance like me.
Move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body,
Everyone come dance like me.
move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body.
Be a straight man, grab her by the hand. Get her on the floor, she be walking out the door. You're feeling irate, stop shaking on your knees. You got the master plan, so I'll be the real man. Know you got it on, touching up, feeling up, rubbing up, pleasing up, everyone. Everyone come dance like me. So dance with me now.
Chili Baba Bird. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, my brother.
All right, my brother. Sabrina's out today, guys. She took the booster yesterday.
And she's a tad bit,
Down for the count.
yeah. And if you know Bree, I mean her
She's a
work
tough lady.
her work ethic alone rivals most energy drinks.
Right, yeah. And so, of course, she is coming in later. Yeah.
So if she can't go, I mean, but by no means do we want to scare you guys away from taking the booster. Please do. And I even messaged her this morning because she's like, hey, can you do news? Because I'm not going to be in this thing's, kind of.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a tad bit like underwear. But I said, hey, remember what Dr. Felix Cabrera said? If you feel something, that means it's working.
Yeah, that means it's working, Bree.
And plus, take it from me because I just got the booster this past weekend. If you had any effects or any symptoms after you got like your second shot, which you should have,
Your panty.
from the vaccine, well, it's not. It doesn't. It comes on faster. It doesn't last as long, and it goes away way quicker.
Right, because it's like a third of the dose.
Yeah. So
Correct.
like in 6 hours, you'll be, and and
To each
literally,
his
I mean,
own,
you
though,
can bat your eyes and like, oh,
Take your time, guys.
I'm
Take
good.
your time. The president has been set. Some people have gotten sick for a day after the booster. So my advice to you guys, as your friend, go get the booster on a weekday. Take a day off. You know what I mean? Hey, I just got the booster, not feeling good. You know what I mean? I'm not a superwoman like Sabrina. I'm not doing a half day. I just don't feel it. Maybe I should just take the day off. Okay? You're welcome, guys. So go get your booster. Jay, where can they get the booster?
You can get the booster shot at UOG. You can make an appointment. You can also check any of your private clinics, your preferred private clinic, and give them a call. See what's going on. If you want to check out and make an appointment for you or your friends, it's really, really easy to do. Again, take it from I just did it the past weekend. It took me 2 minutes tops, and I'd never been to the site before. tinyurl.com/VaxGuam, VAXGUAM, and they use Eventbrite. So if you've ever booked concert tickets, or
it's like a concert, but it's totally not.
yeah, I mean literally, it's like getting concert tickets because it says Chris Barnett.
Does that feel cool though, Jay? When you register in the tiny URL and then you're like, oh, I got my tickets.
Yeah, it's also interesting when you say you want to get the shot and it says how many in your party? I was like, oh really? But remember, you can have up to 4 in the same car.
Less than 10 vaccinated.
Yeah. But, since we are talking about family, and, I'm a member of our Link family, all of you guys out there are watching. We said, good morning, Brother Chris. Good morning, Brother Jace. Speaking of family, if you want to honor your loved ones, of course, this All Souls Day is very, very different because of the Delta variant surge. But Mass is going on right now. It's streaming. I just got my notification on Facebook down at Cathedral. So if you guys want to watch it, it's facebook.com/Agania Cathedral. The 6 a.m. Mass has already started.
And then there's also some evening masses. Like I know St. Francis has a 6 p.m. Mass. Remember, there's no masses at the cemeteries, but they did kind of change it up this year where they're allowing people to go to the cemeteries. I don't think any of the limits or restrictions apply.
Yeah, I've got that coming up in news and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, but everybody's basically been saying, this is a part of our heritage, our culture, our tradition. I mean, it's even to say it's an obligation would be really devaluing it, because everybody knows, like, on All Souls Day, this is something you have to do, like, and employers on Guam, private sector, federal, public sector, I mean, they treat this like election day. They're like, hey, you get, what was it, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah.
To go and,
and before, when it was pre-COVID, I mean, that could easily turn into 4 hours because it's always so packed at this. Remember that, Jay? How packed it would be at the cemeteries with the masses and everyone's like hot.
And your manager would say, okay, well, everybody, like, when I worked at, remember Talaza 2000?
Right.
We had our tech support department. We had, we had the programmers. We had
Talaza 2000.
Yeah. We had the system administrators.
011 plus the innovators.
Everybody.
IT&E.
Everybody's, what's this internet thing? So we were doing that. We had, like, all of us tech people there. And the manager, shout out to Narissa. She would say, okay, well, you guys, try and, schedule everybody so that you guys can take care of your All Souls Day, responsibilities. And everybody was like, okay, I'm going to the 12 o'clock Mass. And then everybody was gone.
Right, yeah. And there would always be different masses. Oh, it feels like we're talking about ancient history.
Yeah.
When we talk about pre-COVID, right, Joe?
What is one
Listen
of those...
to this. Like, they used to have masses at the cemeteries, and a lot of people would go, and they wouldn't wear masks.
What do you think is a religious holiday on Guam, because so much of Guam is Catholic, that so many employees would, like, participate? Would it be All Souls Day, or would it be Santa Maria Carmelin?
Yeah, probably.
Carmelin Day, yeah.
Yep.
Everybody, like, okay, procession, and usually it's like 4 in the afternoon?
Yeah. So I wonder what we're going to do with that this year.
Well, if you remember last year, speaking of, the cathedral,
she went on a stroll patrol.
Yeah, our Blessed
but
Mother.
CJ, the price of gas right now, it's up $5. I don't know if Santa Maria Carmelin is going to be doing a stroll patrol. They might have to take up an extra donation.
I'm pretty sure that the church would qualify for a break.
This offering is going just for Santa Maria Carmelin's gas to go around the island on December 8th.
But if you remember last year, and Joser and I, we were tracking this. We even brought their live stream into our show, and our Blessed Mother
that was awesome.
Was taken around on the back of at least I think it was a one, and they may have switched, but a truck.
Yeah.
And then they live streamed from like 3 different angles, and it was absolutely amazing.
Man.
And if you remember at that time,
that was the best.
Yeah, we went to their live stream just as our Blessed Mother was making her way on the back, like towards the ER at GMH.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know that road anywhere. And she went there, and you could see, like, the nurses went out. And even from, like, far away, and it was over streaming, so it wasn't entirely clear. You could see them overcome with emotion.
Yeah.
Some weeping, some just overjoyed.
What happened to that, guys? Remember that time when we were all just united, and now it's, like, divided, right? Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to rain on your parade.
Yeah.
Yeah, election.
Yeah,
it's election time.
So we're going to be talking to our friends. Obviously the church has a lot on their shoulders today. Today being All Souls Day. Yeah. So wait, is today one of the days we're not supposed to make noise, right? I mean, that's Holy Week, obviously.
That's Holy Week. You're always mixing it up.
I know.
But I mean, if you didn't want to make noise today, I'm fine with that. Who doesn't want Jason to make noise today, guys? Raise your hand.
No, there aren't enough emojis in the collection to.
Are you going to do news without making noise?
No, but it was All Souls Day one of those days when you're just supposed to, like, really...
Yeah, you should chill. I mean, don't have a fiesta or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, you could speak.
It's
a good day to talk about, your loved ones who have passed on, right? I was thinking about my grandma this morning.
Care to share, like,
the
a
late
memory?
Rosario Flores Tenorio. Awesome woman. How many of us, like, our grandmas were just so... amazing.
Selfless.
Man, my grandma was just the best. And, she passed when I was just starting to hit the teenage years, and really saddened by a lot of times in my life. I wish, like, man, I wish grandma was around to ask her what she thought, or, to get some of her wisdom. But I'll trust me because my mom's very good at that because she's always reminding me, oh, my mom used to say this or oh, my mom used to say that. But my grandma's a miracle worker because, you know, a lot of us cousins, we grew up in my grandma and grandpa's house. You guys know how it is, right? So at any one time, we would have like 10 to 15 to 20 first cousins all living in the same house. And my grandma would feed all of us with one chicken.
Yep.
She was like from the Bible. You know, Jesus like fed all the people with the 2 loaves of bread or whatever. That was my grandma with one chicken. She would cut that chicken into like 400 pieces and make sure there was always a lot of kaddu to go on the rice. Yeah, totally awesome.
Grandma always made it work.
That's always, yeah.
Well, my nana, the late Orfa Camacho Salas, she of course, you know, she had 9 children. My dad was the oldest, and then my uncle Jimmy came over from my cousin's family and went to live with them. So essentially, she raised 10 kids, and then my sister and I are the oldest of, I believe, like 50 grandchildren. And as I got older, you know, when I was in college, and you know, my dad would always tell me, because you know, like there was that tradition, kind of like your family, where every single weekend, me and all of my cousins and all of my aunties and uncles would always go over to the house in Agani Heights, and it would be like an all afternoon,
right?
You know, just fellowship and hang out, and you know, just enjoy each other's company, right? As we got older, kind of that thing started to become like less and less. So my dad would always tell me, and my dad would really leverage a Chamorro guilt trip. He'd be, you know, every single time I talk to Nana, she's always like, "Where's my boy? I miss him. How come he never like comes?" And so when I would go over there, and you know, I hear this like all the time. You know, she's always asking about you. She's wondering how you're doing. She said like, you never come over. So I go over there. I was like, "Oh, Nana, I just want to see you." As soon as I walk in, she's like, "What are you doing here? How come you're not working? How come you're not studying?" But you know, it's, and again, that's that selflessness and the kind of, you know.
You had me at Chamorro guilt trip, man. Chamorros are the best at the guilt trip, huh?
What is like?
We'll lay a guilt trip on you for something you didn't even do, and you're gonna feel guilty about it.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And my grandpa too, man. My grandpa Jose Santos Tenorio. This guy was. I get it now. You know, when you're younger, you don't get it a lot of times. Like what's making people in your family tick, and like my grandpa's center was just always put himself last, always trying to just put food on the table. We grew up poor, you know what I mean? So he was just always working, and always that like the warden, you know, because he worked at DOC for a while, and he was a cop, and he used to drive for Governor Guerrero.
Oh wow!
So when it was just funny when he would come home from work, we would try and make sure like the house was absolutely perfect. And it's funny now because I remember when I was a kid, we hated going through it, but now that I look back, I kind of laugh about it. But he would do like this inspection when he would come home, and he'd be like, "Good people, you didn't make rice." It was just so funny.
Yep.
Now that I think about it, right? But when you're living and you're like, "Oh, Grandpa's so mean." I remember when I had kids, I saw a side of my grandpa I never saw before because he was always a hard ass when we were growing up. But once he had grandkids, like great grandkids actually, because we were all too old. It was like he was
turns into a big teddy bear.
I
right?
know. Oh, my nanny girl, like who is this guy?
Yeah,
he used to whoop our ass. Oh.
Well, my tata, the late, you know, Juan Salas, right? I mean, he was in the Navy for more than 20 years, right? And everybody was like, and you know, like, and he instilled that in all of my uncles served in, you know, like Navy, Army, and everything like that, except my dad. And my dad wanted to be in the Air Force, but he couldn't because he had bad eyes and flat feet. So my dad was the only one who did not. But like people asking, "Oh man, what was it like to be the grandson of, you know, like a Navy man and everything like that?" And not knocking any job in the Navy, but my grandfather, you know, was not, you know, a gunner. He was not in the nuclear program. He was not a SEAL or anything like that. I mean, he was a steward, and that's a noble profession and everything like that. But what that taught him was work ethic, was respect, was humility, and you know, and serving others. And even when he got out of the Navy and everything like that, he started and I'm using air quotes here for those of you who are listening to the radio, he started a construction company with he and his sons. But for the most part, they would just go around the village in Agani Heights and just be like, "Hey, you know, like, I see, you know, maybe your roof's kind of, you know, falling apart and everything like that." Me and my boys would go like set it up and everything like that. I mean, yeah, occasionally he took contract work and everything like that, but he was just doing it just to take care of community.
Stay busy, right?
So stewardship literally is in my DNA and in my blood. And that's why, you know, my dad and my uncles always drilled into me, like, you know, remember what Tata would do, you know, and my grandfather actually sat me down when I was, I think I was a sophomore in high school. I'm actually slightly tearing up thinking about this, but And we'll get to some of the comments because people are also sharing their All
Oh,
Souls Day memories and their family memories too, and these are fantastic. My grandfather actually sat me down, and being the oldest of 50 grandkids, he said, "Look, you're the oldest boy. You cannot screw up. I know it's a crap deal, but it is what it is. I've been hearing that way longer than when we started the show, right?" He's like, "This is what it is. I expect you to not get into trouble, to get good grades, and to set the example for all of your cousins because you set the bar for all of them, and you're basically the pace car the same way I was really, really hard on your dad." And my dad was my grandfather's lieutenant. He would have to like spank his brothers and sisters.
Wow.
When they messed up, my grandfather would just like kind of look over and be, "John, go get him." And,
Go get him, John.
And my dad, my dad could not stand that because they were really, really close family.
Yeah,
I mean, imagine that. Imagine you having to your younger brother used to work with us. Imagine you having to discipline JD.
Should have a couple times. But
Okay, real quick though, these things are scrolling by super fast. Okay,
Yeah.
Elizabeth Agigi is saying my dad is the oldest of 11 siblings. Wow. Gina Marie Tenorio Call is saying in memory of your parents or grandparents, make their favorite dish to enjoy today with your family. That's a great idea.
yeah.
What would you eat to honor your grandparents, Chris?
I
Mama
can't
Bear
cook
saying
like
she's the
them,
fifth
yeah.
oldest from
That's-
13.
I can't even cook. Like my grandpa made the best kadu. Like his kadu was clean.
That's big from you because you
Yeah.
can cook anything and you cook
Well,
really,
yeah,
really well.
I don't even try to make kadu because my grandpa's kadu was. I don't know what he did. It was like clean. There wasn't any like grease or fat bubbles or anything weird like that.
It was perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was very perfect. I also want to talk about my mom's sisters, Manti Jeannie and Manti Lali, who we lost, way early
Yeah.
to cancer. Right? Tough times, guys. But that's what this day is for. Sit around and share stories about those who have gone before us, which is something in our culture. Like we're always very close to our dead and those who have passed on, right? But today, maybe just put a little extra on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they like a single drop of Tabasco, maybe just don't go overboard.
Right.
'cause,
Right. Yeah.
And celebrate the people, that were with us and like why they're so special to you. I lost my Nino to, my dad's younger brother Joe, tremendous fisherman.
Wow.
And again, a fantastic student, was a brilliant mathematician, joined the Navy just like my grandfather and everything like that. And we lost him to cancer when I was in college and everything like that. So my Nino's not around anymore.
So what cemeteries do you go around to?
Because all of my uncles because they served and my grandfather served, mostly everybody's buried at Veteran Cemetery in PD.
Yeah.
My uncle Dave is over in Mangilau.
Right. Same here. So my grandpa and my grandma over at Veterans, and then up at what's the one in Emmett Hill?
Veterans, right?
No, up on top of the
Oh,
hill.
the one on top.
The Tiny Homes Cemetery.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where my mom's brother, my uncle Bill, William Flores Tenorio. This guy he worked at EPOW. I don't know if any of our older audience. He was deaf mute, but he worked at EPOW, DPR for a long time. I mean, he retired with the Department of Parks and Rec. And it was funny because they always used to call him Yabo. My uncle Bill, the late William Flores Tenorio, and they called him Yabo because he was deaf mute and he would try and like talk, and he would always be like Yabo, Yabo, Yabo. So they called him Yabo, which I don't think you could do that nowadays. You probably like
Get
the
canceled.
woke police are gonna come and cuff you. They're like, no, he likes being called that. I don't care. But that's what we called him. And anyway, at 6:40, guys.
Real quick, can you read this comment, Chris, from Elizabeth Agigi, the most recent, like all the way down to the bottom? This is beautiful. She's sharing a memory from about her teenage years.
Elizabeth Agigi, our friend out of Eva Beach, Hawaii, says, as a teenager, I was very tomboyish. My dad had me rotate the truck tires, go to the jungle to cut firewood and collect avocado and brown coconut. We raised pigs. And yes, I had to feed them coming home from UOG. I was the oldest, and my brother was the youngest. Ah.
Yep. And
Gina,
that's Chamorro work ethic right there.
right. Gina Maria Tenorio Call comments, and my grandpa's favorite foods were Kenny's onion rings and root beer floats.
Yes.
Nice. Wow, flashback.
Remember those onion rings with
Yeah.
the big bread? Okay,
Yep.
I've never seen an actual onion that
They don't
big.
really come like that.
Yeah, but the breading like increases like the diameter like
Yeah.
times 4.
Root beer float, man. That
Oh.
sounds good.
Oh, and Debbie says, of course, coming from the bluegrass state, she said, remembering my dad, and Debbie, again, our condolences. She lost her father recently, and his cornbread with tomato slices, topped with white gravy. Something. Have you ever tried that? Cornbread with tomato slices and white gravy.
That sounds pretty good.
That sounds actually quite delicious, Mama
Anything
Bear.
with white gravy, I'm down. Nick comments in, good morning. Is there a mass or ceremony at the Veterans Cemetery today? No, there isn't. The masses are going to be at the churches, and Jay will have more info on that.
Yep.
Coming up. Yeah, guys, so it's an All Souls Day. Again, it's the second one in a row that's not going to be like the ones we're used to growing up. So, do what you can. Sit around and it's always interesting because, I don't know, in the Chamorro culture, it's almost like every day is All Souls Day, right?
Yep.
I mean, you can't hardly go a single day without thinking of somebody that you lost, whether it's your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your parents.
We lost my dad 3 years ago, and
Right.
he literally is still with us every day because we had him cremated, so he is like right on top of the mantle.
wow.
So he's with us all the time, and that's something that my mom and my sister and I mean, my sister actually, she did the whole thing where she's got like the locket
Yeah.
with some of the ashes, and so we always keep him literally like close to us at all times and everything, and that means a lot.
Yeah.
That was really, really good for our
You know,
healing
guys,
process.
you should really count your blessings, especially this younger generation nowadays. I mean, maybe going back even like 10 years, because you're very lucky that we all have these cameras that we carry around called phones, right? I have one picture of my grandpa. There's a couple that are floating around on Facebook because he was in the Guam Combat Patrol after World War II. I mean, how badass is this? There's a bunch of young Chamorro men went around hunting down the Japanese stragglers after World War II, right? And so there's a couple of pictures of my grandpa on Facebook floating around, but I only have one picture of him with my son when my son was very young, my son Lennon.
Mm-hmm.
My mom has maybe a couple pictures of my grandma and maybe one of my great-grandmother.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and so just be grateful, guys. And you know how it is. You get the photo albums, and then it gets passed on one family member, and then pretty soon you're looking
Yeah.
around here, 30 years later, like, wow, I only have one picture.
Okay, if I may, can you guys just indulge me? I got one more memory about my grandfather from my dad's side. And when I was in high school, I started on an ROTC. I was on ROTC for all 4 years, best class I ever took, right? And it was Army ROTC up at Sanchez, right? And my grandfather was like, all right, the weekend before the first week, we had to show our new uniform. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, right? The shirt was all I looked like a pumpkin and everything like that. He's like, nope. He goes, even though you're Army, I'm going to show you like how to wear this and everything. And then about 3 weeks later, he said, can come up to the house on the weekend, which we always did. And I went over there, and he had like a little box for me. And the box was nothing special. It was like some box. He actually gave me, man, I'm really like choking up when I think about this. He just saw that I took an interest in ROTC and possibly like respect for the military.
Right.
My grandfather actually in that box were all of his ribbons and his medals from when he was in the Navy.
Wow.
And he said, like obviously you can't wear this on your uniform and everything like that, but I see this is something that interests you, and I want you to know where you come from and and what our family has done and everything like that. And you have to, again, keep that up. And it's unbelievable that he did that, the generosity.
Well, Jay, I'm pretty sure your grandpa is looking down on you, very, very proud of his
And likewise,
grandson. Yeah.
and I'm actually getting some messages on WhatsApp from some of our coworkers, and they're like, oh, thanks for turning on the waterworks at like 6:45.
Yeah, me too.
Sean's here real quick. Okay, Sean, good morning, bro.
Hey, Sean, good morning.
What are some of your memories of All
guys.
Souls Day
Hey, morning.
and celebrating?
Well, I would say that when I first came to Guam, it was trying to understand the whole thing. I think when you live away for so long, you can't really appreciate these things. And the first time I had to cover that as a news person, and it's so crazy because I'm from Guam too, right? Born, and it's hard to understand that tradition. Then over the years now, it has really become very important to our family, and I think it's a good thing that we remember them. But remember, it's not just today; it's every day, as Chris mentioned earlier
Yes.
in the show. I mean, if you're not doing that and appreciating those things, then I think you might want to take a step back and take that all in for what today's all about.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. We did have F. Glenn, our good friend F. Glenn of Holiday Zip podcast.
Who's been saying the rosary every night on Facebook, by the way. You guys should check it out. It's wonderful.
He has a comment here. My mom's favorite food was, pause for reaction, guys, pork belly stuffao.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, my heart just hurt there, Glenn.
Both metaphorically and...
Yeah, you punched me right in the heart.
At least 3 connected organs are hurting this morning.
And he still makes it too. Guys, keep your comments coming. We actually got to clock in and get to work.
Yeah.
At 6:47, there's a big show in store for you guys here on this All Souls Day. Of course, Shango Matau. That's it. That's all podcasts. There's a new episode out. Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Tello Taitagui, Senator Frank Blas Jr. We're also, from the CNMI, we're getting their education head. Tomas Maglotny is going to jump in here and do this interview. He's doing some great work, guys. And we're going to be in with the Education Secretary of Saipan, Mr. Eric Magofnia. He's the acting commissioner of education, right? Is over there in Saipan, as I know you guys are well aware, they're in the middle of a surge, what we would call a good day here on Guam, is their surge. Put that in perspective. And so they shut down their schools on Friday. So we'll catch up with that interview with Tomas. And also Dr. Michael One Love Pediatrics. He's also a member of the Physicians Advisory Group. He's the education chair. And we're talking about kid vaccines, guys, just trying to get the message out there as we're looking at vaccines for 5 to 11-year-olds coming up. And so we'll talk with Dr. Michael. Also maybe talk with him a little bit about these school cases. I thought it was interesting. There was a little tidbit that came out from the Archdiocese, the Catholic schools, and they had said something like, just because kids are testing positive at the school doesn't necessarily mean that they caught it in the school. And I think what they left out there is that it also doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't catch it in the school, right? 6:48. So let's go ahead and get into our first look at news here, brought to you by Pacific Points. In for Sabrina Salas Matanani, who's boosted with the very latest from the KUAM News team, Jason Salas. Good morning, Jason.
All right. Good morning, partner. Thanks so much. And remember, please keep those comments coming about your family members. We'll continue to share our memories as well throughout the morning. But it is a melancholy note that we started on this morning as the number of COVID-19 related fatalities on our island has increased again. The Joint Information Center did report on Monday night that there were 4 more deaths. The 239th coronavirus-related fatality occurred at GRMC on October 29th. That patient was a 78-year-old female who was unvaccinated and had underlying health conditions. She tested positive on the 22nd. The 240th coronavirus-related fatality was at GMH on October 30th. That was a 46-year-old male who was vaccinated with unknown underlying health conditions. He tested positive on the 29th. The 241st fatality occurred at GMH on October 31st. That was a 63-year-old female who was unvaccinated with unknown underlying health conditions. She tested positive 3 days earlier. And the 242nd, remember there were 4 fatalities as reported last night, was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital in Nagania Heights on October 31st. That patient was a 95-year-old female who was unvaccinated and had underlying health conditions. She tested positive on October the 20th. The JIC also reported last night that 53 of our fellow Guamanians are hospitalized for COVID-19. One of them is a pediatric admission. 9 patients are in the ICU, while 6 are on ventilators. The JIC also reported that of the 53 hospitalized patients, 22 are vaccinated, 30 are unvaccinated. 78 new cases were confirmed last night. Subsequently, the island's CAR score now 15.7. As far as the island's public school system, GDOE reports 7 new positive cases involving students and 2 involving staffers. Students were identified at CL Taitano Elementary School, Liguan Elementary School, Emuluhan Elementary School, Inalahan Middle School, Untalan Middle School, and JFK. There were 2 at Untalan Middle School, and 2 employee cases were identified at Price Elementary School in Mingilao and Ordet Chalampago Elementary School. Up north, the CNMI recorded 6 new COVID cases of its own. The individuals were identified and confirmed through surveillance testing over the weekend, and those individuals were isolated and being actively monitored, so says the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. Elsewhere, KUAM learned last night that the governor signed an executive order on Friday establishing a new division within public health focusing on expanding and improving childcare services. The governor ordered the creation of the Division of Children's Wellness within public health to include the Bureau of Social Services and Bureau of Child Care Services. They aim to develop a comprehensive plan to manage federal funding to address the island's fragile child care system. Let's go back to the newsroom now and see what else is making island headlines this morning.
News Update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. There's now a move to expand the local war claims program to include everyone who was left out. Senator Amanda Shelton and the sponsors of the original law, Tina Munia-Barnes and James Moylan, have come up with a new bill that offers what they call an outside-the-box remedy. They plan to offer tax credits to businesses who pay out war claims directly, as Nestor Lecanto reports in this next story.
The bill, introduced just today by Senator Shelton with Senators Barnes and Moylan as co-sponsors, would create a tax credit program in which businesses would directly pay war claimants and receive a dollar-for-dollar credit on their business privilege taxes. The program seeks a total of $150 million in funding over a 5-year period. $75 million would come from the companies who opt in, the other $75 from Section 30 money or federal taxes collected here that are rebated to GovGuam every year. According to an FAQ released by Shelton, companies can claim the credit for 5 tax years beginning with 2021. The credits can be carried over if not used and are transferable. It's not the first time it's been proposed. Several years ago, a group of Harmon Industrial Park businesses got together and lobbied senators on a similar bill. They made a deal to pay for and manage the long-sought repaving of a main road at the park. They received tax credits in return for every dollar spent. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Now, the bill to rebuild the Harmon Industrial Park Road was introduced by former Senator Frank Coogan Jr. on behalf of the Harmon Industrial Park Association. Senators and stakeholders met over the proposed local assistance plan for hard-hit businesses, especially for tourism. And while there was universal support for helping them out, there was at least one key lawmaker questioning where the money should come from.
A virtual public hearing was held on the Local Employers Assistance Program, or LEAP bill. The assistance is to come in the form of a forgivable loan if most is used on employee retention. Baba Corporation President Heidi Haru Baba summed up what his fellow businessmen are all facing.
This, to me, is the most challenging time that our company has faced, especially in the tourism area where we operate the Atlantis submarines and the beach resort, which primarily our market is tourists. So if you can imagine not having any income for the past 18 months, it takes a toll on company.
The governor responded with an executive order allocating $25 million in American Rescue Plan money, with the other $25 million to be appropriated by the legislature from the general fund. Budget Director Lester Carlson said even with the expected surplus or extra revenue over projections, the governor will still need help to find the money.
There is no provision for this funding in the budget bill for FY22. So I would ask that the legislature be extremely cognizant of the need to give the governor flexibility. If you take into account war claims, which I know will probably be discussed today, you add that to the fiscal note totals, where you can easily see that we're undertaking more responsibilities than we have resources to support.
But Speaker Therese Terlahi said, why try to squeeze out money from the general fund when the governor, she says, has plenty of unspent cash from the feds?
I fully support funding this program through ARP funds. I think that's an excellent example of, direct assistance to businesses. I'm glad Gita is looking at need. And I think that is where the governor has the most flexibility, as opposed to flexibility in general fund revenues when we have agencies operating in the millions of dollars below their need level.
Republican Senator Frank Bloss Jr. has come up with another measure, still awaiting a hearing, that would increase the general fund appropriation to $37 million. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson says there's no plan to host Afghanistan evacuees at Anderson at this time. Former Guam resident Glenn Pangilinan is here representing the group called Task Force Pineapple. In a KUM interview, he said that he plans to meet with local leaders about the task force's plans to process thousands of Afghan commandos and their families at a tent city up at the Jigo Air Base. JRM's statement said, although there is no plan right now, the State Department and DoD are working together to provide the right resources and capabilities for all Afghan refugees, and will provide updates and information on sourcing solutions as identified. Task Force Pineapple is a group made up of military vets whose goal is to help evacuate Afghan soldiers that served along American troops. Well, although Guam is 90% vaccinated, Public Health has plans to continue vaccinations throughout the island and possibly open up another clinic. Here's more.
The Village Booster Clinic continued today at the Jigo Gym, and about 100 residents came to get the shot. Public Health PIO Janela Carrera gave KOAM the latest on Public Health's plan to continue vaccinating the island.
Right now, what we have available is more of a village level. We also have our Northern Community Health Center offering booster clinics or vaccination clinics on a certain days of the week. We still continue to promote the village-based clinics. We actually added a couple this week at the in Alahan as well as the Sinahanya Mayor's office. So we're continuing to push that.
With the Micronesia Mall Clinic now closed, Public Health is looking to open a new, more centralized vaccination location.
We're trying to see is if we can also add booster clinics or just vaccination clinics at a more central location other than just UOG, somewhere where residents can also go to a location that's convenient to them. So, that's something that we're working on, and hopefully we can announce that soon if we can make an agreement with the venue or the location that we're eyeing.
Thanks to the efforts of the Mayor's Council of Guam, the Village Booster Campaign has been successful, and the number of vaccinations and boosters seem to be steady.
We're really thankful for the partnership of the Mayor's Council of Guam. And, the number that we're seeing is a pretty average, about 100. So, that's not bad in terms, for the village-based vaccination clinic. We're always hopeful we can do more.
The next booster clinic will be held at the Inalahan Mayor's office and will run from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Walk-ins are welcome, but appointments are highly encouraged. Go to tinyurl.com/COVIDstopswithme or call your respective mayor's office to book your appointment today. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Let's go back now to the link.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, and before we go to Sean, we want to pass along that Speaker Therese Terlahi tested positive for COVID-19. You might recall I mentioned this last night on the news. She released a statement to the media Monday afternoon saying, and I quote, "Today I felt cold symptoms that got tested and was notified that I tested positive for COVID-19. I'm currently in isolation," says the speaker, "taking all the necessary precautions at home and my office to keep everyone safe in this fight against COVID-19. I want to reassure the people of Guam that I'm doing well despite this virus, and I humbly urge everyone in our community to continue to be vigilant about their health. I look forward to a quick recovery and serving you at my full capacity." And she also thanks the community for their support, and we wish the speaker a swift recovery as well.
Right. Thank you, Jay. 7 o'clock, we're at KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. That was our first look at news with Jason Salas, who's in for Sabrina Salas-Matanani, who's coming in a little bit later because she got boosted yesterday and she's feeling the effects, guys. But go get boosted. You can do it at your clinic and also
at UOG, tinyurl.com/VAXGuam. Super easy to do. Please do so, and thank you.
All right, it is 7 o'clock. Senator Sabina Perez on the way. But first, let's break bread with Sean Gumatauta of the That's It, That's All podcast. Sean, I know you quietly dropped a new episode last week, right?
Yes, I did. It was been a little bit busy, so it was some random thoughts that were kind of between what was happening in the news and life. So I figured spend the podcast to kind of discuss it. And I'll tell you, there were three things. It was one on what's happening with the war claims issue with the Guam legislature, life in general, that it is not too shabby, and some business stuff as we're doing a lot of work in these COVID times and the importance of customer service in that. So it was just kind of a random thoughts podcast, and it was always a lot of fun to do it. And I got to say, if when you when you listen, it's more of like, wow, where's he at today? And that's where I was at when I was writing that podcast.
Well, hey, we all have our days when we're all over the place, and those come pretty frequently during this pandemic. Sean, I wanted to ask you, when you talk about business, right? So the Local Employers Assistance Program, the LEAP bill, what are your thoughts on that? As I know you know the situation, just some real quick facts. The governor has agreed to provide $25 million in ARP funding. But there's a bill here, and the lobby is very strong with a lot of the tourism-related businesses. And this bill would shake down the general fund for another $25 million, right? So, and I don't know if you saw a session yesterday, but not going as smoothly as I think some people thought it would.
Yeah, I was kind of hearing we were listening to Mary just a couple of days ago about the importance of it and getting people backed, to back it. The business community is looking for a response from the government. And obviously with the governor being able to control most of these ARP funds, they were hoping to get that, but also getting it a bit sooner. I mean, I know Mary was very polite about her interaction with the legislature, and actually and was fair because she said they were very responsive. But for all of us, this is an issue, or for business owners, the federal government is doing their part. We fell through the cracks in some programs, like the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. But this local funding program needs to have been done, and probably done a bit sooner. And I've been saying on this program, the best way to get the island's economy going is to reopen. And that is going to be the biggest thing that needs to be done right away. Yes, getting grants and loans are great, but reopening and getting people back and life to some level of normalcy is kind of a big deal too.
I wanted to ask just some, we had a laundry list, a couple things here. So I know that you were the former communications director under Governor Felix Camacho. I wanted to ask like a protocol question.
Sure.
So we recently, yesterday, we found out the lieutenant governor is off island. He's at this, there's some like conference in Texas. It's like a defense contractors type of conference.
Right.
Anyway, we were all surprised by it because I remember, for the most part, you would find out when your top two traveled before they traveled, right? I mean, it's just pretty standard. Hey, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio is heading out to this conference and who's it, what's it, or whatever. Or, hey, the governor's going to D.C., for whatever, right? And so this is the second trip Lieutenant Governor Josh has taken. And I want to say the last month he went over to the UN in New York. And again, we didn't hear about that until he was actually in New York. So from a protocol standpoint, is it normal to kind of announce these trips to the public, whether or not they're funded publicly?
Well, the protocol guide is silent on to how the transportation of the lieutenant governor, or and the governor and then for that matter. But the public law does say that when one is missing, that there's someone that's going to be in their stead, right. Hence the Speaker of the Guam Legislature. So generally speaking, the process would be they're going to go, they'll send a memo to all the agencies and a CC to the Guam Legislature that the Lieutenant Governor is traveling to wherever, or the Governor's traveling wherever. Then that would basically elevate the Speaker of the Guam Legislature is a part of the executive branch. This is more for continuity. And so that's primarily what it's for. What they do off island, where they're at, that's fine and dandy. I think people can argue the importance of that defense communities conference.
Let me read it off, Sean.
But process, it's really not that big of a deal that it should be.
Right. So Lieutenant Governor, this is from KU Wave News, by the way, of course. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, along with Vera Tapasnia, making their way to San Antonio, Texas, to attend the Installation Innovation Forum 2021. Tapasnia is the executive director for the Community Defense Liaison Office. It's fancy renaming for the military buildup people. According to the forum website for this forum, it'll feature top leaders and subject matter experts from the DoD, the services and communities and industry. The featured sessions will dive into top key issues facing installations and military families and explore the innovative efforts underway across the country to address them. The forum's from November 1st to 3rd. According to Adelup, Lieutenant Governor will be returning on Friday and travel was funded by the Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation. KUAM did reach out to Speaker Theresa Terlahi, who, get this, had no idea she was acting lieutenant governor. And I think this happened the last trip, too. So there is actually a protocol where Adelup is supposed to say, hey, everybody, LT is going on a trip.
Yeah, it's a process, and it's a memo from the governor of Guam saying, here's what's happening. Just so there's more, again, it goes back to continuity of government. If something happens, obviously the legislature is part of that in the entire chain. If something would happen, again, to the lieutenant governor, the governor of Guam. So, yeah, it's more continuity.
Right. So, I mean, that's that part, right? But what about just informing the public?
Maybe just not being quick enough. Sometimes they feel that they're very busy, and some of those things are they're just errors, and they should really just spend more time to be, better prepared for those things. That's all.
Plan ahead, you mean?
Absolutely. And we should be doing it better and faster because of what's happening in COVID.
Right on. Well, Sean, thanks for stopping by. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on before we let you go?
Oh, yes. And so just a reminder for everyone, you can listen to the That's It, That's All podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, and Amazon Music. And it's also on the Pandora and the iHeartRadio app. Obviously, Chris and Jason, we're very happy to be part of the KUAM Podcast Network. And we really do appreciate the amount of support. And also, it's reaching a lot of people. I think most of the listeners now are, they're in Guam, but almost 90% of the listeners are across the country and the globe. So we're really appreciative. I think it's now in 12 countries where the podcast is being listened
Good
to.
For
so
you,
it's been absolutely a bonus.
You know, it's a really cool way to listen to Sean's podcast or any of the podcasts like on our network. If you actually have like one of your smart speakers in your kitchen, like saying you're getting ready for dinner, and mute your smart speakers now if you're listening to us, guys. You say like, Alexa, listen to That's It, That's All podcast on Spotify, and then it'll bring it up right there while you're cooking. Don't mess around with the volume and everything like that.
Fancy Jason.
Yeah.
Look at the Jason over here.
And Sean's podcasts are condensed. No, Sean's podcasts are condensed enough and everything like that.
Yeah.
That while you're on the drive to work, while you're picking up the kids, while you're making dinner and everything like that, it's an entire conversation. I know these things because I only had to sacrifice my sanity and my social life. So it's a fair trade to get cool stuff from Sean.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Well, again, thanks for having us on the podcast network. And if you haven't listened to the programs on the podcast network, folks, I would strongly recommend to do this. Some great programming, and all of it originating in Guam and with such a great Micronesian feel. So I would just strongly recommend if you're in a podcast, check it out.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, guys, have a great day.
You too, my friend. Bro. There you go, Sean Gumatau. That's it. That's all. Podcast 709. Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. It's pretty cool podcast network we got going on here. We just dropped a new episode of Talks with Toss last Friday, so check that out. Of course, there's the Hofadeza podcast with Glenn and Josh. You got One Micronesia podcast, Crimes Without Convictions. Thank you guys. By the way, I got a lot of feedback on my Tatamona Tales podcast.
That Exorcist episode
pretty cool.
Was
pretty fun.
Wild.
Thank you guys. Hey, it's 7:10. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with the oversight chair for Revenue Tax, Department of Labor, Guam EPA, and Procurement. Senator Sabina Perez is on the way right here on the link. It's All Souls Day. Good morning.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Say I'm the life of the party, 'cause I tell a joke or two. Although I might be laughing loud and hard and deep inside I'm blue. So take a good look at my face. You see my smile looks out of place. If trace the tracks of my tears. Since you left me, if you see me with another girl, see me like I'm having fun.
Wow.
Although she may be cute, she's just a substitute.
Jack Lujan, that's Jack with a Z, not Jack with a J.
So take a good look at my face. You see my
Hey, good morning.
smile looks out of place.
Did you guys know?
Closer, it's easy
I don't think you did.
to trace.
We just found out. There's a new division in the government of Guam. Yeah, this is crazy. KUAM has learned the governor signed an executive order Friday, Jay, establishing a new division within the Department of Public Health and Social Services that will focus on expanding and improving child care services on Guam. The new executive order was posted on the legislature's website. The governor has ordered the creation of the Division of Children's Wellness within DPHSS that will include the Bureau of Social Services and Bureau of Child Care Services. The order aims to develop a comprehensive plan that will manage federal funding to address the island's fragile child care systems. The plan will emphasize expanding child care eligibility and increasing child care supply so that more families may return to work, pursue higher education, or to receive training in pursuit of gainful employment. The executive order states that child care support is a key component in stabilizing our fragile workforce and will in turn help stabilize Guam's economy. So we had to dig for that one on the legislature's website. Surprisingly, there wasn't a release on it out of Adelup.
And I wonder if you lift your ear to the sky and you can kind of hear on the wind that's Melanie Brennan on her team saying, yes, we got some help.
Obviously, there's been a lot of shortcomings during this pandemic. As you remember, during the lockdown, we saw a very unnerving story that almost 1,000 complaints just basically piling up over at CPS. And, they continue to answer a lot of these calls, especially now that school's back in session. Right?
And they brought Melanie Brennan in for her managerial skills to run both CPS and DYA concurrently to get that caseload down because, the backlog was just astounding.
So, that's pretty interesting that they created a new division in the Department of Public Health and Social Services, which, who's going to argue with something that's going to be focusing on child care and child wellness, right? But just surprising that they didn't tell anyone. Well, there you go, guys. Just so you know, maybe they'll have another job fair to fill this division. I don't know. We'll find out. It's been very difficult getting public health on the show, unfortunately. Very difficult, which is kind of alarming given that we're in the middle of a pandemic. Definitely that accessibility needs to be improved upon. It's 7:20, Tuesday, November 2nd, year of the COVID 2021, All Souls Day. We're still here working. It is a GovGuam holiday in the KUAM News Zoom room right now. Let's go in with Senator Sabina Perez, she's the oversight chair for DRT, DOL, GIPA, GSA. Am I forgetting anyone else?
WA, Guam Solid Waste Authority, labor.
Right. So I was.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
There you go. That too. So Senator, if we could just start with session yesterday, as I know Speaker Terlahi, obviously our prayers, our thoughts going out to her and her family as she's tested positive for COVID, right? And so it kind of fell on you to introduce that bill, the corrective war claims measure, right?
Yes. Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Guam. So, the Speaker and all of us are very earnest about taking corrective action. We understand there was a grave mistake that was made where we sent a bill that wasn't properly engrossed or properly vetted, and it was eventually signed into law. So we were taking a corrective action as soon as possible, and it's unfortunate that it was stalled because I guess the statements that were made that I made on behalf of the Speaker, was taken, was not interpreted in that way that the earnestness did not come through, and the Speaker wanted really to show that there were no that she was earnest and there was no, surprises. This is the bill that should have been sent down to Adelup, which would, the substitute bill. So, just to give some context, so the bill that was introduced was exactly the bill that Vice Speaker Barnes had introduced, and so the substitute version included the amendments that passed on the floor. So I believe there were 3 amendments. So this one basically did not include the amendment that would expand eligibility to those who survived the war but did not survive Congress's inaction. So it did not include anybody before 2016, any survivors of the war. So that was, I think that was made clear in many of the discussions that led up to yesterday. So there wasn't any surprises. Of basically to move on from where we left off as far as the amendments that passed. And unfortunately, when I read the opening address, that wasn't clear enough. But if the substitute bill was already in the drive since that morning for all the senators to look at, so to show that there weren't any surprises. So I guess it would give enough time. Perhaps this time is an important time for all to read, for all the senators to look at and read that. There weren't any surprises with the substitute version.
No hidden language.
I'm sorry?
No hidden language or any, invisible ink amendments. Right, yeah.
Right. So yeah, the substitute version, repealed the law that was passed, and it put in the amendments that did pass on the floor. So minus the one that was ruled not material, that was ruled materially different. That was proffered by the speaker.
Well, how do you anticipate the debate on this measure going? I saw also that Senator Shelton had introduced something relative to war claims, but is this going to be a crazy week of session, Senator? Because
well, I hope not. I hope that my colleagues see that that we're trying to correct a mistake and we want to just move on from here, and we can have the debate about expanding eligibility when Shelton's bill comes before us.
Right on. I wanted to ask also about this LEAP hearing yesterday. Were you in attendance at that one?
Yes, I was there.
Yeah.
I was there.
What did you make of that? That was pretty interesting. It was very, very interesting.
Yeah. So the analogy that I make, we definitely do not want to have. We want to be able to have our tourist industry ready to go when tourists start coming in mass. And what was very evident is that a lot of the infrastructure of tourism is falling apart, right? We're hearing from the businesses that they had to sell off assets to stay afloat. They're losing people. That people are moving to the States, so people such as the tour operators, that are trained to scuba dive and such are leaving the island. So we're losing that infrastructure, that basic tourist infrastructure, which is we don't want that to happen. It's so important that we be able to be ready when the tourists come back, and that is a scary situation. So I liken that to how the farmers were right during the pandemic. They almost stopped planting, and it takes some lead time to get your crops harvested. It takes a couple months, at least 3 months before you start harvesting a crop. And so it's almost very similar where we're seeing the economic the foundation of the economy basically coming apart. And it's really important that we maintain that infrastructure in place. And and I agree that ARP funds are completely meant. And to have if we have extra money, surplus money coming through, I would like to dedicate those funds. But ARP funds are still available.
Right.
We need to.
Senator, I need you to move a little closer, if you could, to the laptop. Yeah, and that's what I thought was interesting was we had, we had Mary Rhodes, GHRA, great friend of the show, and a few of those stakeholders that were inside that hearing yesterday. And the interview we had yesterday morning was very optimistic, right, in its tone. But then when the hearing started, it was like, wow, talk about speed bump after speed bump after speed bump. I mean, you guys were just teeing off saying, hey, why are you shaking down the general fund? And we got, pennies in our piggy bank when we're sitting on all this ARP funding. Did you kind of anticipate that that's where the conversation was going to go, like right off the bat?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think, I think that, we want to help support the recovery of our economy. That's really critical to me. We want to make sure that our infrastructure is in place for tourism. And, that includes, building, I know resiliency is more so a long-term view, but, I think things are changing so rapidly now in the tourist industry that, we need to use this time to prepare for the tourist industry. And what that means today may change in the near future. Everybody has been hit hard. The tourism industry has been hit hard worldwide. And that means rapid changes are taking place, and we need to keep up with those rapid changes. So what does that look like? That's harder to say. But anything that we can do to leverage the money that we're investing into the infrastructure, we want to make sure that we're on par with everybody else abroad. And, what does that mean? I think a lot of the tourists that have come to Guam have always, the feedback that we've been getting is that they want to see more cultural connection. And, I think that may be something to look at when we're, when these companies are, we're giving out, we're providing aid, that we're also retooling in that fashion, that we're strengthening that brand, right, so to speak. Yes, it does help them keep afloat, but at the same time, I think we can also perhaps use that in a way to strengthen that so that tourists can come back, would want to come back to Guam versus some.
Right. And Senator, it took us a long time to get away from that place where you go down to Tumon and all the dinner shows were doing hula, right? Or, Polynesian stuff. I mean, we were finally and still are today in a lot of these tour businesses at a place where people come and they can hopefully for the most part get an accurate representation of what the Chamorro culture is. Whereas, 20 whatever years ago, they'd come here and they'd see the same thing they'd see like in Hawaii or, anywhere else. So that is really key that we kind of keep that in mind in maybe reaffirming what our most recent branding image was to visitors.
Right. And I think the goal is always to find, I think for me, try to have, maybe the goal too for the tourist industry here is to see how we can maximize the tourist, dollars when they're here. So they're spending more money versus, spending more money while they're here. And I think that's the key really, because, COVID, if we have these restrictions, it's going to limit the amount of tourists that are coming here. So that is a difficult thing too, because we're competing with everybody else.
Right, yeah.
But, I do have ideas with that.
There you go. Let's move along here. I don't know if you saw this live call thing that Sabrina and I were able to do, but I mean, really one of the number one complaints we get, and it's not just Rev and Tax guys, this is like government-wide, is that no one in Gov Guam knows how to answer the phone. And it's frustrating because we get these numbers dumped on us. I mean, whether it's public health, right? And we've got like about 80 different numbers you can call at public health, and they only answer one line. And it's just sad, really, because especially when we're in this pandemic, people want to be able to have that option to do stuff over the phone. And it's 2021. An option should totally be available, and we shouldn't have to go and do a live call at 20 minutes and no one answering just to light a fire under people's seat, right? And that's kind of why we did it, is because people kept complaining about they don't answer the phone.
Yeah, and I think I did see that. I did see your segment on that, and I think there were like 5 different numbers you called, and nobody answered. I think that what part of the problem is I think perhaps that the training needs to be done so that the people answering the call, first of all, they have to pick up the phone, right? And the second thing, the people that they're hiring should also know, the operations, the functions of what the employees are involved in. Otherwise, they'll just get transferred to the employee. So the purpose of the call center was to be able to allow the workers to do the work of income tax processing or what have you, right? But it is my understanding that the people that are manning the call center have intimate knowledge of what the employees are doing as far as tax is concerned. So that training needs to be done. To get anybody to work there. I'm not saying that they're picking anybody, but that training needs to be shored up to know exactly what the employees are doing to be able to provide the information. Otherwise, it's just another layer for the public. It's just a layer of bureaucracy then. If they don't have the information, the proper information, then they just get basically transferred to the employee. So it's not definitely needs to be worked on as far as training goes, or perhaps they need to hire people who are qualified, who know the work of the employees.
Right. Yeah, it's like the 7 layers of hell. Like the first one is trying to get through to a government agency. I mean, God. And then if you don't, you end up going in person, and that takes even longer. It's very frustrating. But when we talk about providing information, some information that was provided to us by way of a Freedom of Information Act request, Senator, I want to pop this up here. And we're talking about the call center, and we were able to learn that the call center supervisor, Julie Cruz, who was a former candidate for mayor in Molesto, was hired on at DRT, I want to say in June, and then just before Liberation Day, she was given an $11,000 raise by Director Daphne Shimizu, requested and signed off on by the director, which brought her salary to a level that was higher than many of the classified supervisors in the Department of Revenue and Taxation who have, mind you, worked decades, years at that department. So I know that in speaking with some of them, they kind of felt like insulted by that. And I mean, Senator, this lady got a raise, and I believe she makes more than you.
Yes. So yeah, I have no control over that. But I think I did, when that was brought to my attention, I did send an inquiry to the director to see if she can substantiate the raise. And then, of course, I wasn't aware that she was, you said she was involved in, she's a special coordinator, right?
Special projects coordinator heading the call center. We were informed that she was the call center supervisor.
Okay, so that is definitely a call for concern. If she's call center and we're not getting the service, but I haven't received a response yet regarding why the $11,000 increase. So I'll definitely be following up with that with the director to find out. But that that needs to be the call center is definitely obviously needs to be addressed, and I'll definitely get answers.
We did. I did put in a request for information, but I think Daphne was on leave last week, so I was referred to the deputy director, Marie Lazama, and she did respond specifically to our inquiry about this $11,000 raise, which, I mean, that's almost unheard of in the private sector, but it's happened a few times under this administration. I mean, God, and it just so happens I'm always the guy who ends up reporting on it. I want to say there's been like 4 or 5 different $10,000 raises. I mean, that's just nuts, especially for working people, classified employees. They get, if they're lucky, they get a 3% raise. If they're lucky, if they have a good evaluation. They get that. So no one running around here getting $10,000 raises unless they're political hires. But I'm trying to find this response, Senator, if you don't mind. Here we go. Yeah. And so this came from the deputy director, Marie Lazama. It's a very interesting response. She said, "We're unable to comment on matters relating to specific personnel. With regard to hiring, recently added personnel include those who are being paid by the Department of Labor's National Dislocated Worker Grant and will only remain until such time that program funds have been exhausted or their respective terms expire. The agency has historically been understaffed, and we hope to address this longstanding issue as soon as possible." But I didn't see anything about Ms. Cruz being paid out of the Dislocated Worker Grant, but I know you're the oversight of DOL, right?
Yeah, this is news to me, Chris. So I'll definitely be looking up to it. But it's really disheartening because we just came through a budget cycle, and I did fight for Department of Revenue and Taxation to get them more funding to hire more workers. And I did a survey of the workers, and they reported they needed about 80 people, 80 more employees to carry out the work that they're doing at the speed at which they're processing the income tax refunds. And yeah, to me, the money is better invested in the rank and file employees who are going to do the work. I always question whether, putting more money into management, that's highly questionable when you need so much people on the ground to carry out the work, to expedite a lot of these things. And, people who know and can, perhaps be, employed in the call center too. So, I think, there was an issue of losing people to retirement. And so, yeah, I fought for DRT to ensure that they can, maybe bring back some of these people that are on the verge of retiring because of their institutional knowledge. So it is disheartening to see that the funding, if they're using that money for pay raises, rather than hiring additional staff to help out with the load. We all know that DRT is very important, and we want to make sure that our needs are met as quickly as possible. And I think it's just it's a wiser move to hire people at that level rather than to pay to increase people's pay. And I think unless it's merited, right? There's a system in place to merit such an increase, but still, I think 10,000 is a huge increase. I mean, that's a big, significant portion of many people's salary.
Yeah.
Especially during the pandemic, we have to be very frugal. I mean, I think in general, at any time we have to be frugal, but now more so during the pandemic. It's disheartening to see that, I think.
It's a bad taste. Senator, what did you make, though, of the response that we got from the deputy director that they can't comment on issues regarding specific employees? I mean, we're talking about publicly funded employees. I mean, the people have a right to know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There has to be, I think personnel issues obviously are the one thing that you have to be kind of cautious of, right? To explaining that. So I need to brush up on the personnel matters, but I think if they're in the public's eye, right? I think special coordinators generally are definitely question. When there is a hiring of those persons, that it is becoming more open to question from the public.
Well, I mean, every other $10,000 raise that we've asked about, they've commented on. When Crystal Pacos and Augustine got a $10,000 raise, they said, "Oh, it's because she took Janella's job, and so she got an increase." When I reported on a couple $10,000 raises in the beginning of Governor Lieu and Lieutenant Governor Josh's term, they were called pay corrections. I remember this was when Janella was the spokesperson at Adelup. And I said, "Hey, these two employees got $10,000 raises." And she said, "No, they're not raises. They were pay corrections." And so every other $10,000 pay raise they've been able to comment on. And that's why with this one, I'm like, okay, all of a sudden you can't tell the people why this woman deserves an $11,000 raise a month after she started. You must be doing a bang up job a month after you're in the department to jack you up 11 grand. Woo.
Yeah. And I think, we are, in the service of the people. And we take these positions to serve the people, and regardless of pay. I mean, well, pay is definitely important, but I think it is sending a bad signal to the public, many of whom are unemployed, right? There's 11,000 plus that are unemployed, and to see that people are getting these huge pay raises, it's not being very we're not connecting to the people, and we have to make sure that we're serving the people properly. I think that should be our focus. I think that it is definitely questionable to have these pay raises at this time, and knowing that our industry may not bounce back. Our main driver, the tourist industry, is not going to bounce back soon. We have to be frugal during these times.
Good point, Senator. Thank you for coming on this morning.
Thank you so much, Chris.
All right.
Have a great
day. Last before we let you go, the burn pit. I know you sent a FOIA. You're anticipating a response this week.
Yes, no later than tomorrow. So I wanted to follow up on my concerns that, basically I objected to the permit, to open burning. They haven't been burning since 2002. Why are we giving them a permit for open burning? And open detonation, there are clean, safer technologies out there that communities have been using for many years at the approval of Department of Defense. So Department of Defense knows that those technologies exist. And I think we need to do better for our people. We only have one aquifer, one source of, our major source of drinking water for our island. And the permit allows for release of carcinogenic chemicals, uranium, strontium, and also lead, which are highly harmful to our people and to the environment. So, I wanted to make sure that they are following up on, with their deliberations, their discussions with the military, that they are pushing for that. And also PFAS. PFAS is going to be labeled as a hazardous chemical. And we know that many of the constituents of the munitions have PFAS, and not to mention depleted uranium. We know cancer is a cause of death, one of the leading causes of death in our island. Our Environmental Protection Agency has to, work towards protecting the environment and the health of our people. So that's what this FOIA was about, is to really press that issue.
All right. Well, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one sending FOIAs nowadays. Good company. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Chris. And
all right.
safe.
Have a good All Souls Day. 7:44. Quick break, guys. We actually have some breaking news here, as multiple sources have confirmed there was an escape at the Department of Corrections that occurred at 6:55 this morning. We're working to get more info from the Department of Corrections. Okay, so we'll give you more on that coming up. It's 7:44. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to keep it legislative with Senator Tello Taitigui next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
I'm just texting him back. I'm just posting a story.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore, only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Yeah, breaking news here is the Department of Corrections has confirmed an inmate has escaped from the Mangilao facility. That inmate is still at large. We do have a picture, guys. Yes, so DOC was able to confirm that the inmate escaped at 6:55 this morning, so it's been at large for just about an hour. Is it up? Okay. And the inmate we're able to confirm is Anthony Luis Camacho. There he is. It looks like he's on that keto diet. Right, okay. So, yeah, again, DOC has confirmed that inmate Anthony Luis Parteco Camacho has escaped from the Mangilao compound. We're awaiting more info on this. Okay, guys? So just a heads up, especially if you're at Mangilao, Jay.
Yeah, and real quick, awkward transition, obviously, but for those of you who have been asking on Twitter and in comments about what's going on with testing today, in observance of All Souls Day, even though All Souls Day Masses not being held at the cemeteries like normal. They are being held at the parish churches. You can check your parish's Facebook page, YouTube channel. Each of the parishes has some sort of like live streaming capabilities. Check your church and see when the next mass is going to be. So what would normally be testing at Teedson today, not being held today. Wednesday through Saturday, still being held at normal hours from 8 in the morning until 12 p.m.
Right on. So we're going to get those numbers down. Tomorrow, the numbers tonight, it's going to be low, guys. Don't get excited. That's artificial. 7:51. Let's go ahead and head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Wow, busy morning. Senator Tello Taitigui, Republican, joins us here on the link. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris, Jason, Sabrina, and the KUAM family. Of course, the people of Guam. Good morning, everyone.
Right on. Sabrina's, she's on her way in. She got boosted yesterday, so she was suffering a little side effects of the juice there, but I think she's up and, you know her, she's the kind of woman like they don't work. That's it. Wither away. So she's coming in. Heads up, guys.
Yeah, I'm hearing some friends of mine who've had the booster shot who actually having a reaction when they didn't have a reaction the second time they took it.
Right.
Like the first time, everyone was fine. The second time, a little bit. But this time, the booster took him down for about a day with the fever. So
right.
I'm surprised. You just never know, how people are going to react.
Correct.
You just prepare.
Yeah, like
just prepare.
for Jason, for example, he lifts a lot of dumbbells and stuff, and even as buff as his arms are, they were still sore after he got the booster.
And by dumbbell, Senator, he means the mouse and the keyboard. No, I mean it is true what you say, because my mom and I have both gotten the booster, Senator, and I'm in fairly like decent shape, and my mom's a senior citizen, and she got no adverse effects except for the soreness and everything like that, and I was lethargic and like a little bit irritable for maybe 6 hours.
Yeah, same with my dad. I took him last week, actually. Had his booster, nothing. Kept calling, how you feeling? He said, just a little sore. But no reaction. He the same way when he took his first shot and his second shot.
Wow.
I think our manamku,
they're built different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can say, since he's my former landlord, Senator, your wonderful father and everything, I know he's tough as nails anyway. So
yeah.
He's a good guy.
While we're talking about reactions, let me just go ahead and get your reaction here, Senator, as we've unearthed this $11,000 pay raise over at the Department of Rev and Tax. And I just got to say, like, I've reported on too many of these 10 grand pay raises for my taste, but I know this one not sitting well with the rank and file, hardworking employees at the Department of Rev and Tax, especially since it's a political hire, an unclassified position. Senator, but have you ever seen something like that where someone walks into a job at a department, a GovGuam agency, and a month later they're bumped up to the tune of $11,000?
Well, firsthand, I was able to. I don't think it's not just unfair to the people who work at Rev and Tax, but I think at every government agency that works very hard at what they do. I think it's been happening before in the past. I think it has, absolutely. I think what's happening now is that we're becoming people who want more information. These FOIA requests that you've been requesting for, I think the world has gotten a little bit smaller so that everybody else knows what everyone else is doing thanks to technology, and people are hearing about it, and they're starting to do their own research on it too, and providing more information. So I think it's very unfair unless it's justified. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this individual, their position maintained the same when they received the $11,000 increase. Now, this prompted me to do some research. In fact, I had met with Senator Paris yesterday after session, and we had a conversation about this. I shared with her some of the information that I was able to pull up with regards to Rev and Tax and the budget. First, after doing a forensic of the positions, I found that the budget request was different from what was provided to us from Rev and Tax on the front page, where it says a summary point of about 100 and I think it was like 130, if I'm not mistaken, 132 positions. But after doing a forensic review of it, it actually came out to it was 173 positions. And, I shared some of the information with her. She's doing the research too as well to find out, why are these certain positions was not included in the summary report at the beginning. So I shared it with her. She'll look into that. But what's more surprisingly is the amount of money that we gave to Rev and Tax. In the budget bill, there's a section, I believe it's section 2 of Rev and Tax, that gives them $500,000 carte blanche, open, no funding anything, just anything under the sky, basically, carte blanche, blank check. And that's curious because then there's also excess special funds that will be automatically given to Rev and Tax. I know that there was $118,000 of excess revenue in certain accounts that Rev and Tax will also receive, but we won't know how it's being spent. So after all this information, realizing transparency is definitely not there, accountability is definitely not there, justification is not there, ethical issues are not apparent as well, and then financial accountability most especially. So I'm introducing a bill that will probably help you out as well, because I know you put out some FOIA requests quite a bit, as well as my office now, and Senator.
I've been known to send a couple here and there,
Well, hopefully this will hopefully this will help. Just after realizing that, I think it's important that we bring all those 5 perspectives into play, and this legislation, I think, will do it. We're going to request for information on all hirees from a agency, whether autonomous, semi-autonomous, public corporation, to provide us on a quarterly basis all hirees, their positions, how much they're making, and most especially, where is this funding of their salary coming from? What account is it coming from? Is it federal? Is it general fund money? Is it special revenue money? So I think this information is very important, and Sabina is going to be Senator Paris is going to be a co-sponsor, along with several other of my colleagues who are going to be co-sponsors of this. I think this is going to be very helpful.
Yeah.
I hope it goes through. I know that this administration doesn't particularly like my legislations, especially she likes to veto it. The one with the ARC, vetoing that one because we wanted accountability. And if these directors don't do their job, especially if they're getting this astronomical salary, they should justify that amount of funding and do their job. And if they don't, then they should be penalized. Not a slap on the wrist. I think slap on their pocketbook.
Senator, this is so let me just tell you the struggle, of trying to find information like what you're proposing in this bill. So, for example, the Department of Administration, which handles all of the line agency hiring. So if you were curious about what type of hiring is going on, because, it's so crazy to me, Senator, how a lot of our conversation here on the link has been about the unemployed and everyone on PUA and PUA sunsetting in September. But hiring in the government of Guam has never stopped at all. They've been hiring a lot of unclassified political hires. And I'm assuming it's to gear up for the election. I mean, I know people who are friends of mine that got no business working in Gov Guam, but guess what? They're in. And so that's what I see happening. But the problem is we have to sift through thousands of documents, not separated by agency, just in a big pile. And so you're right, it's difficult. So what I have to do is, even though DOA has all the documents on their website, I go back and I have to FOIA the individual agencies and ask them, hey, who are all the people you hired? So that I can save time. Because, you can say you're transparent by dumping an avalanche of documents on the people of Guam and forcing them to sift through it. But you're right, that's not the end of it. They need to put this data in a way that's easily digestible. And I could just hear Adelup, what else are we going to do? We're going to read it for you too? But yeah, it's got to be accessible. People got to know. You're right. They can hire away and we won't find out about it until, months on down the road. So I think it's good. I'm all for more transparency, Senator.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this legislation, we're still crafting it, getting legal's opinion on it too as well, to make sure that it's not legislation that they can interpret it to their liking. I mean, it's going to be specific, easy to read and to understand, not just for the legislature, because this will be provided to the Speaker of the House quarterly, but also be put on the website at the legislature so that you'll be able to receive this. And I think that will bring in more accountability, transparency, absolutely, but financial accountability, because when we go into the budget, we don't attach the, like DRT's employee sheet or their vacant classified positions or unclassified. We don't attach that to the budget bill. We're giving them a carte blanche blank check to hire these individuals. Now, how they're spending it, we don't know. And I think that's something that the people of Guam deserve to know.
Amen.
I mean, it's our taxpayer money that's going to these salaries. And I think this legislation would help tremendously. And I want to thank you guys too for continuing to put up with these, you asking questions, and if they don't give it to you, then you have to, go back to doing another FOIA, which takes how many days?
But even that, Senator, like doing a FOIA, which is, we're going to jump over, by the way. Let's go ahead and jump over right now. Senator, if you don't mind hanging out just a couple minutes. Also, guys, we're getting Major Anton Uggan from the Department of Corrections for more info on that escape that occurred shortly before 7 o'clock this morning. Right now, though, on the breeze, we're KUAM FM, Agatna, Guam, KUAM TV. Here we come. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back to The Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, proud to present this episode of The Link. Good morning, it's 8:02. Coming up, our 8 o'clock newscast, which is brought to you by Pacific Points. Wrapping up with Senator Tello Taitagui in the KUAM News Zoom room now, Senator.
Thank you, Chris. And I see Sabrina now. Hi, Sabrina. You look... I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling better, because I know I'm anticipating my booster shot, and I'm looking at you like, oh, I better do it on a weekend.
Yeah, I should have done it on the weekend, but I'm okay.
Thank you.
Right on.
Well, I just wanted to, send out prayers and my positive energy to the Speaker. On her speedy recovery too, as well. We heard yesterday, and I wishing her the very best. And I hope she rests, because she is just a workhorse. I mean, she's probably working on something right now, and listening to The Link, at the same time, and taking notes down. And I just hope, if you're listening, Speaker, would you please rest, get some sleep and rest. Yeah, I met up with a friend of ours last night who also caught COVID, and he took the monoclonal the next day, and he felt so much better. He was out actually mowing the lawn the next day.
Wow. That sounds like a commercial.
And he's older than I am too, and I was like really surprised. So, but he had his booster shot, I think, and so. But anyway, we're just talking about legislation. I'm hoping to introduce it soon and to bring in more transparency. But for I thought you were going to mention something that for you to have to issue out of FOIA.
Yeah.
Information like this should be given to the public. It's public information.
Right. And that's what I was saying before the top of the hour is we put out a FOIA, but then you get a piece of paper which shows an $11,000 raise. What I want to know as a taxpayer and just as, a human being is why. But when we asked the Deputy Director of Rev and Tax why, we were told that they're unable, not unwilling, just unable, flat out unable to comment on issues with specific employees. Now, we're talking about a political hire. We're not talking about a Secret Service agent.
Right.
What did you make of that? I mean, is this the new norm? Is this the line that now this administration feels like they're not obligated to address $11,000 raises that are given with our money?
Well, I think you hit it on the nail when you mentioned earlier, like we're going into, we're a month away, or how many? 2 months away from a new year, an election year. Once January hits, everything starts to fly. Everything's being offered to individuals, to keep them. But I think people need to realize you might be able to be offered a job, for a short period of time through federal funding, and put in that position. But once that's over, which is only about a year long, less than a year long, where are you going to go next? I mean, what's the promises that are you going to give then? You know, I think people, if you're going to take a job with this administration, I wish you well. I mean, if you're just deserving of the job, then yes, absolutely take it. But you have to realize that if it's federally funded, it's not going to last for a long time. This money runs out. You're only there as long as the funding is there and available. So that needs to be put in place. But this is an election year, you know, trying to build up your army. I mean, you can tell who's going to be the generals, you know, and it's very transparent. Who's going to run the election for this? And that's so sad. I mean, we need to. How are we going to be able to run our own government if we can't even put aside all these political games that people are playing and to run a sufficient island? I mean, everyone's talking about a better Guam and, you know, making things, you know, safer for our island. When we continue to condone and not turn a blind eye on these political games that are being played or, you know, offered that are disingenuous. So I think, you know, people don't turn a blind eye. Keep providing the link with all this information, because when I need the information, I have to come to you. Thank God I don't have to FOIA the KUAM for information.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I was just disappointed, especially given the revenue tax, you know, had high standards for the leadership of that agency, and just to see that it's the same old given political people, I was just so disappointed. But thank you for coming on, Senator.
Absolutely. Everybody be safe out there. You know, it's getting so much closer to home with more people, you know. I don't know what this is called, herd immunity. Are we doing a herd immunity? Or
yeah, it's herd immunity minus the immunity part.
Immunity part, right. Okay, well, please be safe.
Right on, Senator. You got something to say before you go? You always say the same thing.
Create a great day, everyone.
Right on. We'll find a way. Hey, it's 8:08. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast here, which is brought to you by Pacific Points. Who's doing the news? Hi, Bree. Hey, Bree, how you feeling?
It's Jason.
Hi, Jason.
I'm a little here and there. But just real quickly, I don't know if you guys got that press release. I know you talked about it earlier about the escape. DOC just issued more information that Anthony Luis Pacheco Camacho, he's a detainee. They discovered him missing at just before 7 o'clock this morning from the DOC quarantine facility in Manilao. He was being held for parole violations. He's 5'4", about 140 pounds, brown eyes. He has several tattoos. I don't know if you have the picture, if you want to pull that up. He has an unfinished tattoo on his chest. It says "Death Before Dishonor." On his right upper arm, it's flames. It has a $sign. On his right forearm, it says Camacho and then a $sign. On his left upper arm, it's a dragon and a koi fish. Left inner forearm, praying hands with doves. He has several tattoos. He also has on his leg, a tribal design of the island of Guam. Again, he is a local detainee, Anthony Luis Pacheco Camacho, discovered that he escaped at around 6:55 this morning. I did speak briefly with Joe Carpolito on the phone this morning, and so they're still working out the details on how this happened. They're setting up a command post over at DOC. But as you just heard, he was discovered missing from the DOC quarantine facility up in Manilao. Antone, I believe, Chris, you mentioned that he might be coming on.
Yeah, we send the link.
Okay.
Right on. Okay, Jay, you ready? Yeah, let's go ahead and get into it then. It's 8:10
so
here.
We're anticipating a DOC official, so
Yes.
let's cover as much of the news as we can. And but again, we want to say that it's a very melancholy morning here on the link, as a number of COVID-related fatalities in our island community has increased again. As the Joint Information Center did report Monday night, 4 more deaths. The 239th death occurred at GRMC on the 29th. That patient was a 78-year-old female who was unvaccinated and had underlying health conditions. The 240th fatality occurred at GMH on October 30th. That person was a 46-year-old male that was vaccinated with unknown underlying health conditions. The 241st fatality also occurred at GMH on Sunday. That patient was a 63-year-old female that was unvaccinated with unknown underlying health conditions, and the 242nd COVID-related fatality our island is grieving was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital in Negaunee Heights on Sunday. That patient was a 95-year-old female that was unvaccinated and underlying health conditions. The JIC also reports 53 of your fellow Guamanians are hospitalized for coronavirus. There is also 1 pediatric admission. 9 people are in the ICU and 6 are on ventilators. Of the 53 hospitalized patients, 22 are vaccinated, 30 are unvaccinated. The numbers last night for the positive cases, 78 new cases were confirmed on Monday night. The island's CAR score is 15.7. From the education sector, GDOE reports 7 new positive cases involving schools and 2 involving employees. Regionally, our friends up in the CNMI records 6 more cases of COVID-19. Those individuals were identified and confirmed through surveillance testing. Those people have been isolated and are currently actively monitored. Also, the big story that we reported last night, KUAM has learned the governor signed an executive order evidently last Friday establishing a new division within public health to focus on expanding and improving childcare services locally. The governor ordered the creation of the Division of Children's Wellness within DPHSS to include the Bureau of Social Services and the Bureau of Child Care Services. That order aims to develop a comprehensive plan to manage federal funding to address the island's fragile child care systems. The Speaker of the Legislature, we were just mentioning that, and of course, Senator Talataytigui giving her well wishes and recovery wishes and prayers. Speaker Therese Terlahi tested positive for COVID-19, she did confirm. In a statement released to island media Monday afternoon, she writes, quote, "Today I felt cold symptoms, got tested, and was notified that I tested positive for COVID-19. I am currently in isolation," she writes, "taking all necessary precautions at home and at my office to keep everyone safe in this fight against COVID-19. I want to reassure the people of Guam I am doing well despite this virus, and I humbly urge everyone in our community to continue to be vigilant about our health." The Speaker writes, "I look forward to a quick recovery and serving you at my full capacity." Let's give you a look at what else is happening on the island. Here is your link.
News update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. There's now a move to expand the local war claims program to include everyone who was left out. Senator Amanda Shelton and the sponsors of the original law, Tina Munia Barnes and James Moylan, have come up with a new bill that offers what they call an outside-the-box remedy. They plan to offer tax credits to businesses who pay out war claims directly, as Nestor Lecanto reports in this next story.
The bill, introduced just today by Senator Shelton with Senators Barnes and Moylan as co-sponsors, would create a tax credit program in which businesses would directly pay war claimants and receive a dollar-for-dollar credit on their business privilege taxes. The program seeks a total of $150 million in funding over a 5-year period. $75 million would come from the companies who opt in, the other $75 from Section 30 money or federal taxes collected here that are rebated to GovGuam every year. According to an FAQ released by Shelton, companies can claim the credit for 5 tax years beginning with 2021. The credits can be carried over if not used and are transferable. It's not the first time it's been proposed. Several years ago, a group of Harmon Industrial Park businesses got together and lobbied senators on a similar bill. They made a deal to pay for and manage the long-sought repaving of a main road at the park. They received tax credits in return for every dollar spent. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Now, the bill to rebuild the Harmon Industrial Park Road was introduced by former Senator Frank Cook Jr. on behalf of the Harmon Industrial Park Association. Senators and stakeholders met over the proposed local assistance plan for hard-hit businesses, especially for tourism. And while there was universal support for helping them out, there was at least one key lawmaker questioning where the money should come from.
A virtual public hearing was held on the Local Employers Assistance Program, or LEAP bill. The assistance is to come in the form of a forgivable loan if most is used on employee retention. Baba Corporation President Heidi Haru Baba summed up what his fellow businessmen are all facing.
This, to me, is the most challenging time that our company has faced, especially in the tourism area where we operate the Atlantis submarines and the beach resort, which primarily our market is tourists. So if you can imagine not having any income for the past 18 months, it takes a toll on company.
The governor responded with an executive order allocating $25 million in American Rescue Plan money, with the other $25 million to be appropriated by the legislature from the general fund. Budget Director Lester Carlson said even with the expected surplus or extra revenue over projections, the governor will still need help to find the money.
There is no provision for this funding in the budget bill for FY22. So I would ask that the legislature be extremely cognizant of the need to give the governor flexibility. If you take into account war claims, which I know will probably be discussed today, you add that to the fiscal note totals, where you can easily see that we're undertaking more responsibilities than we have resources to support.
But Speaker Therese Terlahi said, why try to squeeze out money from the general fund when the governor, she says, has plenty of unspent cash from the feds?
I fully support funding this program through ARP funds. I think that's an excellent example of, direct assistance to businesses. I'm glad Gita is looking at need. And I think that is where the governor has the most flexibility, as opposed to flexibility in general fund revenues when we have agencies operating in the millions of dollars below their need level.
Republican Senator Frank Bloss Jr. has come up with another measure, still awaiting a hearing, that would increase the general fund appropriation to $37 million. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson says there's no plan to host Afghanistan evacuees at Andersen at this time. Former Guam resident Glenn Pangilinan is here representing the group called Task Force Pineapple. In a KUM interview, he said that he plans to meet with local leaders about the task force's plans to process thousands of Afghan commandos and their families at a tent city up at the Jigo Air Base. JRM's statement said although there's no plan right now, the State Department and DoD are working together to provide the right resources and capabilities for all Afghan refugees, and will provide updates and information on sourcing solutions as identified. Task Force Pineapple is a group made up of military vets whose goal is to help evacuate Afghan soldiers that served along American troops. Well, although Guam is 90% vaccinated, public health has plans to continue vaccinations throughout the island and possibly open up another clinic. Here's more.
The Village Booster Clinic continued today at the Jigo Gym, and about 100 residents came to get the shot. Public Health PIO Janela Carrera gave KOAM the latest on Public Health's plan to continue vaccinating the island.
Right now, what we have available is more of a village level. We also have our Northern Community Health Center offering booster clinics or vaccination clinics on a certain days of the week. We still continue to promote the village-based clinics. We actually added a couple this week at the in Alahan as well as the Sinahanya Mayor's office. So we're continuing to push that.
With the Micronesia Mall Clinic now closed, Public Health is looking to open a new, more centralized vaccination location.
We're trying to see is if we can also add booster clinics or just vaccination clinics at a more central location other than just UOG, somewhere where residents can also go to a location that's convenient to them. So, that's something that we're working on, and hopefully we can announce that soon if we can make an agreement with the venue or the location that we're eyeing.
Thanks to the efforts of the Mayor's Council of Guam, the Village Booster Campaign has been successful, and the number of vaccinations and boosters seem to be steady.
We're really thankful for the partnership of the Mayor's Council of Guam. And the number that we're seeing is a pretty average, about 100. So, that's not bad in terms, for the village-based vaccination clinic. We're always hopeful we can do more.
The next booster clinic will be held at the Inalahan Mayor's office and will run from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Walk-ins are welcome, but appointments are highly encouraged. Go to tinyurl.com/COVIDstopswithme or call your respective mayor's office to book your appointment today. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Let's go back now to the link.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And now here's today's headlines with Uncle King Conception in our island's native tongue. It's your Chamorro News Update brought to you by First Alert.
Buenos updates to get sunto gifinut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mapa sa segundo gobyerno Justin Orion severe at tapas niya para San Antonio, Texas para ma-attend the Installation Innovation Forum 2021. Guiza si tapas na Executive Director para Community Defense Liaison na opisina. Según ni website adyo na forum ni para masusedi para mapresenta isan maaga si Department of Defense imanan si ano siya na tautawgwi gesti siya na artikulu imembro ni serbisyo community.siya dyan ni industry. Ipresiso siya na session gwini na forum sa para ma-analisa problema siya lumafafana no STC na installation militar dyan ni familia gwihi dyan ni taimano ma-regla entry todo sa Estados Unidos dyan ni teritoryo siya. I-forum sa pamad susedi desde dia 1 hasta dia 3 de Novembro. Segundo ni za adelo para fato tatigwahan ni si Tenorio gi business. Este na inanaw sa inapasin ni Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation. Mas asunto, gitalawan ni ginigap Lunes ha release statemento ni konfirma na ninadzigwe ni COVID-19 si Speaker Teresa Lahi. Ilang na nagaygi isolation gi gumaniya sa Senada himnaisagwi. Ilang na malik sa Nintendo sa epok todo pa makontinue ma-reglay sa lud niya. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa moro para pago na Martes ni KUAM News. Imaga si Joint Region Marianas, si Admirante Benjamin Nicholson, asangan na timaplanen niya para umamento at evacuees ginin Afghanistan gati Anderson Air Force Base. Iginin residenteng Guahan si Glenn Pangilinan sa Gaygigi Isla. A representa dyan na grupo ni Mafananan Task Force Pineapple. Dyan na entrevista dyan ni KUAM, ilang yan na pro kealitan man mga si Isla. Puri hafay plano niya Task Force ni para ma-process pud meet siya na Afghan commandos na guerrero dyan ni familia niya ni para fanyagay sa Anderson. Segundo statement ni Joint Region Marianas, taza plano trabiha. I-Department of State and Department of Defense sa mafatsutsui dinante siya na artiklo dyan hinanaw dyan ikinapas para todo refugees in Afghanistan. Dyan siyempre ma-release siya update na informasyon kung ma-identifika ay solusyon. I-Task Force Pineapple sa grupong veterano siya naman voluntaryo para majuda manapanuding sindalon Afghan siya in Afghanistan numan niya masetpi dyan itropan sindalon Amerikano. Para Guam News Network, Gualsikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals. Track your progress and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
All right, good morning, 8:23. Let's head over just right there with Tomas Magotnia from the KUAM news team. Tomas, that was a great daily question yesterday.
Well, you know, when Merriam-Webster adds new words, everyone takes notice.
Yeah.
So they added things like dad bod.
Yeah.
I think
Serious dad bod?
dad bod.
Dad bod is a word in the actual dictionary. Right?
It
About
is.
time. But
so,
you know what I gotta say?
Jace, we can put it in our Scrabble board when
Right.
we play.
Never mind the future. I weep for today.
That's like one word, no hyphen.
Actually, I don't know. That's a good question.
But anytime I see a picture of a dad bod, dads, if you feel me on this, why is every picture of a dad bod not a dad bod?
Also, speaking of dad bods, the word fluffer mutter was added, which is a type of a sandwich with peanut butter and marshmallows.
I have eaten fluffer, but I don't eat them with marshmallows. I
don't know if that's related, but yeah, those two words were added along with others. So we
Have
asked
you
our
ever
audience.
Tomas, hold on.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a peanut butter and marshmallow cream sandwich?
Not that I remember.
Was that just our generation, Jay?
No,
I feel like
it's not marshmallows.
Maybe,
Actually, it's marshmallow cream.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
I feel like
Sorry,
our
you gotta check that
generation
definition in the
always had
Merriam-Webster dictionary.
marshmallow cream. And
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. Yeah, that's a good. You know what I like to do, Tomas? Toast the bread, put the peanut butter and the marshmallow cream. Woo! And that's why we're pre-diabetic. Okay. So yeah, that was the daily question for
So
yesterday.
meanwhile, the Chinese are better at artificial intelligence than we are and everything, and we're adding dad bod to the dictionary.
It is
All
what
right.
it is. my
Well,
friend.
here's what people had to say on our social media pages about what words they'd like to see. Someone, Guam Utah Boy over on our Instagram page saying they'd like to see OOG added to the dictionary only on Guam. One of my friends actually, K. Andrea, comments, take a left, Chalu. So that would be a phrase. I don't know.
Yeah.
How would you define that? We got a lot of leche on there too. And then, Chris, Is this how you spell malfunction? Someone commented that they'd like to see malfunction added to the dictionary.
It's with a K, but I'll take it.
All right, so how do you spell
anything.
it? It's
MALAFUNKSHUN.
And country of origin?
Yeah.
And knowing you copyrighted it because you're smart like that. So anytime somebody uses it, you get like 5 cents.
Yeah,
Some of my other favorite ones here on Instagram, the way we say shoot for goodbyes. So,
Shoot.
And then my favorite one, I don't know if you have to add it. Maybe we'll just add a different type of definition, but they say off as in off the light. Someone saying that Dala, of course, PAR, but then Jason already created an abbreviation for that, right? The PAR system, I think you said, was a phrase that you were gonna put there yourself.
Sorry, system.
And so those are a few of our comments. These daily questions are posted and they stay on our page. And so if you want to go on and add your responses and you want them to be shared, please go on and ask them. We're going to ask a new question today at 10. And if you missed that, that'll be on prime time as well.
Wow, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for commenting. And as always, if you want to ask questions yourself, you can send that our way too, and we'll post your question online.
Hey guys, it's Tuesday, and first of all, I just want to give our best wishes to the Three Squares Marketplace family. Jay, as there was a video that we shared, went viral. It was another one of these knucklehead videos.
Yeah, surveillance video, and I'm assuming these cloud-connected cameras. I mean, they are worth the investment, obviously. Joster's got the video up right now. Like you saw it, and they record stuff in high definition, which is the only way to go these days.
Yeah.
They're digital, so that you can share them on social media when put them on the news as we did and everything like that. And they are strikingly high quality.
Right.
But yeah, like we've known Mark Borja for many, many years. His beautiful wife Marissa was a longtime KUM reporter. You see the image there. There is a.
What's the Bills' record this year?
They're actually doing quite well, the Buffalo Bills. Yeah.
Okay.
But this.
Wow.
So he's trying to use a hollow block or brick to shatter the window, and again. We've known Mark. He put his blood, sweat, and tears into getting like Three Squares, up and running and everything like that. Good guy. And he said in the 5 years that they've now been in operation, they've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, the vitriol. I don't.
And we also reported last night that there may be another restaurant also in Tamuning, perhaps just right down the street from that, which may have also been vandalized.
Yeah. Wow. I hope they catch that guy. Right. And we don't know, I mean, if he's got some mental issues or whatever. I know people are quick to judge just from seeing the video, but that's pretty disturbing. And I know a lot of us weren't raised that way, so it's very unfortunate. 828. Some good news, though, out of Three Squares Marketplaces. Even with that happening, they were still able to push out some delicious treats for us this morning. It's Tuesdays on the Link with Three Squares Marketplace. Tomas, it is your lucky day. Did you time it like that?
No, I just walked in and...
You just happened to walk in on a Tuesday.
to enjoy some of this food.
So Tuesdays on the Link just got tastier. Cue the Three Squares Marketplace cam. The Link crew, sample, grab-and-go treats like Kelaguen, Champalado, Latidza, and more from Three Squares Marketplace. Visit Three Squares Marketplace from 7 in the morning till 9 at night, Tuesday through Sunday. Inside Three Squares Restaurant in Tamuning. Call 646-2652 and order ahead. It's Tuesday Treats on the Link with Three Squares Marketplace. Now, Tomas.
Cookies. Nom, 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 nom.
If you didn't have enough sweet tooth action on Halloween, we do have these Laddystone cookies. Now, the original flavor, these are dipped in milk chocolate, and they're locally made shortbread cookies. I don't know where I had these, but I've had a few of these. Too many, probably. Very, very delicious.
Okay, Laddystones. Okay, I said
Yeah.
No, I'm a child of the 80s, so when I first saw them, I was like, oh, it's the mushroom for Super Mario.
Bibatsamoru!
There you go.
That's it. These are delicious. I'm going to save that for dessert. Tomas, why don't you try one of these sandwiches?
Yeah, I got the deli combo sandwich. Turtle roll, mayo, turkey, tuna, ham, cheese, everything you like.
That's it. Now, guys, turtle roll. This is a classic. I don't even know how Guam got the turtle roll, but it's been around.
Oh. You guys. Sorry, did I just hijack your interview?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Hey, it's all you.
Age before beauty in this case, my friend. Okay. Okay. I want to say this is so distinctly Guam because you know, of course, Chris, the difference between a sandwich and a sandwich
Yeah.
is when they put like that little relish or they whoops.
Oh, egg down.
Okay, egg down. They put that it adds like that little bit of kick.
Wow.
To the tuna.
What do you? So you're eating tuna.
I'm still eating tuna.
Yeah, guys, I got to tell you, this is groundbreaking because Jason doesn't eat
Jason
at
just
work.
doesn't eat.
He's just like, I mean, look at the guy. He doesn't eat.
Just as good as that chicken Kelligman last time, huh, Jace?
Yes. Yeah.
3 squares. You got Jason's heart.
But you know, it's
You have his stomach heart right in your hand.
No, it's a distinct flavor that takes me back to like when I was a kid because I mean you combine and people that aren't from Guam don't know this, but you combine relish and tuna, and it gives it this wonderful bite to it. It's still it's still creamy because you've got like like the tuna and they've got a really nice look at that piece of lettuce. I mean this isn't
This is the bougie lettuce.
yeah this isn't the stem and
You know, and this serves a lot of. First of all, it's good to eat anything green, right? Mama said, but this serves as a barrier to protect and preserve the integrity of the bread.
and speaking of, the roll is perfect.
This is the turtle roll, Jay. This is like. I mean, we only got this turtle roll on payday growing up.
Well, I got to tell you, this turtle is going fast into my mouth.
I'm going to start with dessert because that's how every morning should start, right, guys? I haven't had one of these. What are these ones called? The Laddystone?
Oh, wow.
Okay, and you got the white chocolate, right? And is that cinnamon on that? Or is that... Okay, because Chris said he got the milk
really
chocolate
good.
with the shortbread cookie. Is that gingerbread, perhaps?
I don't know, but I want more of it.
It's shortbread, guys. Okay. Now I'm really picky about my tuna. But dude, this tuna.
Yeah.
There's a little tiny bit of sweetness to it. I don't know if that's the relish or what. But that's good.
See, you call it sweet. I call it tangy.
Yeah.
And not former KUM anchorman Wrong tangy.
And it's really good because of that bread. Like I said, the turtle roll. That's good. And if you don't put that barrier of that bougie lettuce in there, then it's going to get soggy.
Yeah.
So it's like a,
And again, I do the intermittent
birds.
fasting thing, ladies and gentlemen. So I normally don't eat in the morning and everything. This is a filling meal, but you're not going to be, oh man, I got to take a nap now. This is a really good light lunch.
Yeah.
If you want to do it like that, but and it's eggs and it's tuna,
Ooh.
so you get a lot of protein.
I know.
Good to go.
It's very fitting on All Souls Day. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm getting my rosary 1-2 with the tuna and the egg salad. These are locally made shortbread cookies. We've got the milk chocolate top, and we've got the white chocolate top. Okay, no preservatives, guys. So it's healthy. To me, that means it's healthy, and I can have 5 of it. Okay, there
Very
you go.
good. Very good. You
All
have
right.
options.
Thank you so much, 3 Squares Marketplace, guys.
Thank you.
It's 646-2652. We've had the Kelligwin. Loved it. The Kelligwin was lemony. There's Donny in there. Kelligwin is not Kelligwin unless there's Donny. We had the bread pudding, which was like 3 ingredients.
Yep.
Awesome. The crab roll.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that was good.
And see how we're dancing around like what was essentially like the main course, the chocolate mud pie.
The chocolate mud pie with the whipped cream. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then these sandwiches. Dude, 3 Squares Marketplace. Go in there and buy everything.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. And good luck.
And again, we're the most important thing is we're staying on top of this story about that vandalism
Right on
thing.
top of this story, Jay. Right on top of it. It's 8:34. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Major Anton Ogden, Department of Corrections. Of course, breaking news this morning around, a little before 7 o'clock, there was an inmate who escaped. Major Anton, thanks for joining us for this breaking news event. Good morning. What do you have to share with the audience?
Well, again, right now, Chris, everything is still preliminary, but at around little after 6:50 this morning, the local parole detainee Anthony Luis Pacheco Camacho was found missing at he was being housed at our COVID-19 quarantine tent, located behind one of our housing units up behind post 16. So right now we are working with GPD and other law enforcement for to apprehend him as soon as possible.
Major, are you able to confirm if Anthony Luis P. Camacho is a COVID-19 positive case?
Well, I don't know his current state at the time, but yes, he was being held at our quarantine facility due to testing positive for COVID-19. Now, whether he was whether or not he was about to be cleared or not, I don't have all the facts right now on him right now.
Were you guys feeding this guy?
Yes. That's his photo from when he came back. That was his booking photo when he was confined in our facility.
Okay. Major, can you give us a little idea of, since this guy's on the loose, I mean, what can we expect? He's a pretty shady character. His name sounds very, very familiar, but is he a violent offender? What type of offenses was he being held for and has been held for?
Well, right now he was being held for parole, violating his parole conditions. He does have previous charges of robbery, guilt by complicity, and burglary and theft. Those are his main his crimes in the past.
Okay. And so, Major, can you give us a little idea about what is entailed in the effort to reapprehend Mr. Camacho?
Well, again, we will be working with GPD on some of our officers, SORT officers, or we'll be hooking up with GPD. GPD is already on the scene, getting some vital information, and they're doing their operation on their side, and we're providing more information as we get it to GPD in regard to visitation and some other paper files that we have on the guy. Parole is also involved because he was a parolee, so parole is also helping out on this. And again, that's really all I have at this time. We're still the deputy director are going to be holding a meeting shortly with the management to discuss the operations plan moving forward. But I just thought, at least let you know now that this is where we're at this moment.
Thank you so much, Major. So just preliminarily, before I let you go, were you able to ascertain how he was able to leave the facility? Was there?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, Chris. We're still trying to gather all the facts. I got IA up there right now, questioning the officers and looking at the all the other the operations up there. And so right now it's still preliminary to give any specifics on anything right now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Major, for coming on. Definitely appreciate you coming on live here to share this breaking news with us.
No problem, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Major Anton Ugun from the Department of Corrections. The response is underway. If you're living in that area around the prison, I'm pretty sure you're going to see some officers from the Guam Police Department and also DOC's SORT. That's the Special Operations Response Team. That's basically the prison SWAT unit. And they're going to be canvassing the area. I'm pretty sure. So this guy's rap sheet, though, it's pretty nuts, guys. So just be careful. Can we pop the picture up one more time? Very recognizable individual here. Okay, I don't know if he's going to be wearing the DOC garb, if you will. But this is who is on the loose here. Anthony Luis P. Camacho, an individual very well known to Guam Police Department officers. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much, Major Ugun. It's 8:39. Let's switch it over to regional news here with Tomas Maglotnia from the KUAM news team for our next interview. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone. And in regional news, the CNMI is reporting more cases as contact tracing continues in its biggest spike yet in the course of the pandemic. And we learned at the very beginning that it was schools involved, and as we reported, Governor Torres took swift action to close schools and colleges for the next 10 days. And because of that, now we are joined with the Acting Commissioner of Education for the public school system, Mr. Eric Maglotnia. Mr. Maglotnia, thanks for joining us. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Tom. I'm good. How are you guys?
Great. Doing great. Just had some great 3 squares of food for breakfast, so can't be better. But I wanted to switch gears a little bit and ask you for the latest on the COVID-19 outbreak. We know that yesterday the CNMI Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation and the COVID-19 Task Force informed us that the two clusters involved one employee at a middle school and one student at a middle school. So what's the latest status update on that?
So right now, the current, there are 28 active cases. That's the latest information that we got from the COVID task force and CHCC. I have been reaching out to the COVID task force to get more information. According to the chairman of the task force, he will be setting up a meeting for PSS and the CHCC and the COVID task force to provide updates to PSS so that we can plan accordingly.
And we know that Friday, right, was when the notice was given that all schools will be closed for 10 days. Are you expected to open next Monday, I believe, would be the 10th day?
So it's right now it's a working schedule. We're hoping that we get more information from the COVID task force, so that way we can make a decision on whether or not to open on time as the directive stated, or if need be, maybe possibly extend the school closure.
And we see all the notices online about the distribution, both for device and materials, also distribution of food. Can you give us an update on the distribution ongoing? Because this is impacting the entire Marianas, also Rota and Tinian, even though there are no reported cases there just yet, right?
Yes. So PSS, we've had a plan ever since the COVID hit the CNMI. We've been working closely with all our stakeholders, all our school principals, our leadership team, and also in collaboration with the COVID task force. And so because we're in the second year of COVID in the CNMI, last year PSS did roll out the online education. And this year, because we've already established our online education platform for PSS, we knew that in the event that something like this were to happen again, we could smoothly transition back into an online to ensure that our students continue to receive the instructions that they need in order to ensure that the learning loss that there's some kind of mitigation for learning loss with our students.
And so the public school system. Sorry, go ahead.
So with that, the schools have been distributing all the devices to the students. So at our secondary level, our students already have all their devices that they need. Right now, it's the elementary school that will continue to distribute devices, whether it be iPads, laptops, MiFi devices, and hopefully get all of that out today so that they can move directly into the online learning.
And there are about over 9,000 students right across the CNMI public school system. What protocols are in place? Because as we learned yesterday, these cases were identified through routine school-based testing. So we know that there's that school-based testing in place. Can you explain the protocols and maybe also in relation to how the initial cases were identified?
Yeah, so PSS in collaboration with the CHCC, this school year, CHCC and PSS worked together to set up a antigen screening schedule. So what this is every quarter, students that register or parents that register their students to receive the antigen testing will get tested in schools. And I'm pretty sure you're well aware of the antigen testing and how it's conducted. It's a less invasive test, so parents feel more comfortable with this test being administered to their child. So, and this is a way for the CNMI PSS and also the COVID task force to gauge, to get data on the COVID-19 cases in the CNMI. So our first round of antigen screening, there were no identified positives. Unfortunately, this second round for the second quarter, we did have a positive case.
And one thing that I found interesting yesterday that CNMI Governor Torres mentioned was that moving ahead, there may be some plans for possible student cases that are identified positive if schools are to return to face-to-face learning, that the next time a positive case comes around, instead of shutting down the entire school system, you might just shut down that school or that classroom. Looking ahead and given that the 10-day countdown is beginning in terms of whether or not students and parents can expect to return to the classroom, can you comment on that? What are some potential plans in the works in terms of addressing future positive cases?
Yes, so I know that the conversation has begun. We met with the governor and the CHCC task force over the weekend, and this was one of the topics discussed. We have not finalized the plans yet. We're still in communications with the task force and the governor's office, but we just want to ensure that PSS, we will take all the recommendations that CHCC and task force has to offer, because they are the health professionals in the CNMI. They handle the public health, but we will make sure that the plans are aligned with PSS's goals also of ensuring the health and safety of all our students. And yes, so with that also, PSS, we do continue to have our COVID guidelines in place with PSS. We have our social distancing, the 3W, social distancing, wash your hands, wearing face masks. We have the temperature checks, before you get on the bus and before you get on campus. We have health monitors that are all around, ensuring that the COVID protocols are in place. We have a lot. We have a lot of a COVID mitigation plan in place.
And I know we've been talking about students. What about employees? What are things being done in terms of the employee side of this operation? I know, are they still starting to conduct their classes on campus, but virtually? What's it like being an employee right now?
So PSS, we understand that every employee has special circumstances, and we, as much as possible, we like to be very flexible with our staff to accommodate whatever their needs may be. So having said that, if a teacher needs to, because it's online learning, you don't have to be in the classroom to do online learning. You can work remotely from home. So if teachers right now, if they're not feeling, if they're feeling anxiety or whatever reason, the principals do have that flexibility to work with their teachers and staff to make those accommodations.
And what are you hearing from parents, Acting Commissioner? I can't imagine that it's been an easy time these past few days for you at the public school system. Are parents very concerned, or are you seeing that people want to get back to in-person as soon as possible?
Well, naturally, every parent would be concerned. And of course, we are getting all the phone calls and all the questions. We just ask our parents to please work with us as soon as information is made available to PSS, we will disseminate that information. And we also want to ensure our parents that health and safety remain our top priority. And right now, PSS, as soon as we close down the schools, we have all our schools being deep cleaned and sanitized and COVID sprayed, and we're doing a lot of cleaning to ensure that when we do open schools, that all our facilities are sanitized and prepared for that.
And Acting Commissioner, I did want to touch on lastly on vaccinations and obviously the teenagers and youth that are might be eligible. We know that one of the campuses, Marianas High School, was recently praised for having an over 80% vaccination rate on its campus. And we're expected to hear any moment now this week from the CDC to approve or provide the recommendations for vaccination for people aged 5 to 11. What's the current status on vaccination on campuses and your plans moving ahead as the Acting Commissioner if the CDC is going to move forward with their plans for the 5 to 11 age group?
So the current vaccination rate for PSS, we do have several schools that have hit the 80% mark. All our all our PSS staff have hit the 80%. So PSS right now, our staff, we are about 90% vaccinated. And I did hear about the 5 to 11 to be included in the vaccination. And if this is the case and the CDC approves it and our local health department adopts it, then of course, in collaboration with them, we will do our part to help out the CNMI.
Are there any mandates, whether at the employee level or the student level, when it comes to masks or vaccines? I know there's the 3 Ws, right, is what everyone is saying, has been saying for the past 2 years. Are there any particular mandates that are in place?
So with regards to vaccination, there are no mandates, but with the COVID protocols and safety guidelines, they are a mandate. So every employee, every school must adhere to the COVID guidelines, the safety protocols. So the mask wearing, the social distancing, the temperature checks, all of that is being adhered to at all our PSS facilities.
And I also did want to ask you if you had anything else you wanted to share with regards to just with schools expected to reopen in the coming days. Is there any latest on that you want to provide?
So to the parents and to all our stakeholders, as soon as we get information and as soon as there is a plan, we will share that information with all our parents. Please trust that PSS, the health and safety of your child still remains our top priority. If any parent needs assistance during this time that the schools are closed, please reach out to PSS, please reach out to your schools. We have mental health professionals on standby if anybody needs social emotional counseling or any type of support. PSS, we are ready to assist in that, and whatever concerns, please share them with us so that we can make sure that we address it and make our plans, that we have the proper plans moving forward.
All right, thank you so much, Acting Commissioner. I know you have to get to a meeting at 9 o'clock. We appreciate you making time in your schedule to inform our viewers and many of those in the CNMI with the latest at the public school system. Wishing you well, and please let us know if there's any information you'd like to get out.
Yes, thank you, Matt, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGolfnia.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Salas. Thank you, KUAM.
All right. I don't know if Tom gave you the mailing address. If you want to go ahead and send that a piggy over.
I gotta try that marshmallow peanut butter sandwich.
The fluffer butter.
Hey, there we go.
He was listening. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. There you go.
Algamas.
That's that.
Thank
There you go.
so much.
Good job, Tom.
Yeah, and again, just wanted to report on the latest. Last night, we know that of the most recent cases identified, fully vaccinated, 19 of them, 70%, unvaccinated, 2 of them, 8%, ineligible, 6 of them, 22%. Of course, a lot of these falling between the 19 to 49 age range. And we'll continue to have the latest. Yesterday was the first time after 3 or 4 days of the outbreak being identified that we got some data on that. And we know now that at least the earliest case goes back to October 7th. And so they're going to do contact tracing. And that's what that involves, is going all the way back. And as they were saying, people's memories are starting to be challenged in terms of who they've seen. And I did ask if there's any threat to Rhoda and Tinian. They said no. That's the question they asked. Have you traveled? Obviously, we know that there's been events and people have been flying between Rhoda and Tinian. And so we'll have the latest on that. And when we release the daily COVID reports, we don't necessarily get this type of breakdown each time. And so when they do a data drop like this, we always want to make sure we share it out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so if you're saying that one of the positive cases was traced back to October 7th?
Yes, that's what we learned yesterday.
Are we
October 7th.
anticipating? So just give me an idea, where are we at with the contact tracing? Are they still doing a lot of testing?
They are. As of October 28th, last we heard, they did over 2,500 tests, and of that came these cases. And so they're saying that it's a low transmission rate, and what we're hearing from other folks who are in these offices and schools who are reaching out to us is that it seems to be an isolated case. But then again, you can't really come to that real conclusion until the contact tracing is fully conducted. So, I mean, October 7th is different from October 28th.
That's
right?
a lot of room for transmission. But how's the community feeling, Tomas? Because you know, CNMI, I mean, hundreds of days without a community transmission, and when I look at what they're doing in the CNMI, it looks pretty normal. So is there a sense of like this is
no mask mandate,
precarious?
right?
I mean,
no mask mandate. They are at over, I think, 84% vaccination rate.
Wow.
The reporters yesterday, including myself, were asking exactly that question. Was that you know, with low community transmission in the past, you know, over 200 days, what is it like? And one thing that the chair, Warren Villagomez, told us is that moving forward, it needs to be more of a holistic approach to what he said is make it a win-win. Ask ourselves, as those in the community, are our loved ones vaccinated? And he says if they're not, convince them to get vaccinated. And I did ask them about the index case, right? If we have seen no community transmission over 200 days, was this case identified through quarantine, or has there been community transmission? In fact, you know, you only know what you look for, and in this case, there it will be increased testing and increased vaccinations. The boosters are available, and the school-based testing continues to be in play. And I think you have to give it up to the public school system, because if they didn't do that school-based testing, you wouldn't have identified those cases, right? So they are all hands on deck. They're having an aggressive approach to stomping down this COVID-19 outbreak.
have there been any restrictions implemented?
Not at the moment, though. The 3 W's: watch your distance, wash your hands, wear your mask. That continues to be said every day, and we'll continue to see each day that goes by. We know that the contact tracers are working until midnight or 1 a.m. every day, so we'll continue to bring you the latest as we know it.
All right. Thank you very much, Tomas Maglotnia. It's 8:57. We're back with Dr. Michael next right here on The Link. Good morning.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washers, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, shows and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla. Watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Good morning.
Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning.
Looking like a ray of sunshine over there. How was your booster experience?
I think it's still going on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still going on.
You look boosted. How you feel, though? You feel like...
What do you mean?
Do you feel it in you, or what?
Yeah, I feel it in me for sure.
What are your... let's not even call them symptoms, but what are your side effects?
Yeah.
Feeling really dizzy.
Wow.
Yeah.
What else?
Little weak.
A little weak.
Yeah. Headaches.
All right. There's more. I feel like there's more.
Low tolerance for
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just waiting for short temper to.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an official one, but
Low tolerance for Chris. All right. Well, how was your experience getting?
Oh
the
gosh,
booster?
everybody over at Mingilao, they're so professional. They're very efficient.
Wow.
And it wasn't just me. My son, he got his second dose of the Pfizer. So
I was had to wait for him to get his shots, and then I got mine. Funny thing is, and I told Jason the story that I asked him. I said, "Hey, baby, shoot video of mommy getting the vaccine, the booster." So he shot video, but he only shot like a really close-up shot of my arm.
It's called a tight shot, Bree.
Yeah.
He knows because he pretty much works here, so he knows what he was doing.
And, I was like, Brock. And he goes, what? He said to shoot you getting your shot. I did.
So you're a tad bit on edge. People are gonna be asking me. They're gonna be like, "Hey, Jace, how come Sabrina got the shot and yet Chris got the black eye?"
Oh man.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. So when I got back to the station, apparently, Jason, you told everybody.
Yeah, he told me this morning. There were some other details that
it's
he
a great
added.
story.
Yeah, wanted to post the video, did my
Yeah.
part, and it's like you wouldn't know. It's just like this arm with a needle going in it.
It's a great angle, though.
That's the money shot, though, Bree.
He's the next Scorsese.
You got it. Yep, definitely. 9/11. Let's go into the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Dr. Michael is standing by here. He's with the Physicians Advisory Group as the education chair, and also with One Love Pediatrics. Good morning, Doc.
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
I just wanted to first ask, have you been following what's going on over in the CNMI?
I think I just read a case that they got a new case out there, but I haven't been following it too closely, no.
Yeah, they actually have a cluster, and they shut down their schools because there was, it was like 30. Is it up to 30 cases now, Bree?
I saw that.
Yeah, yeah.
After nothing for over 200 days straight.
No
and then-
community transmission for like 200 some days.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate. That's very tragic. Yeah, I mean, this virus is so contagious. Just needs a little spark plug, right? And then unvaccinated populations are just going to be tinder.
What about I guess here on Guam, we're seeing all those positives over at DOE. Granted that doesn't necessarily mean that they got it while they were attending school, but we see more children testing positive, and not just from DOE. It's just DOE because it's the largest school system.
Catholic schools also, we've seen some cases.
Yeah, in my clinic, what I'm still seeing is that almost the overwhelming majority of cases are going to be kids are turning positive if they get sick after a parent gets sick. Whether or not a parent gets vaccinated, definitely more common when there's an adult that isn't vaccinated at home. I can think of 2 cases now where when I went back and really, got a detailed history, they said, oh, you know what, no adults were sick. And, it looks like the only other kid that got sick was some other kid at school. I've only had 2 cases that, but almost the overwhelming majority has been an adult has been sick first, then a kid gets sick. It's almost always COVID. When I see kid-to-kid transmission or a kid gets sick and then spreads it to the household, whenever we check it, hasn't been positive.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my guess of what's been going on.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of any new MISC cases?
I haven't. It's only been the 2 that I know of, but again, I'm not I haven't been in the hospital for a few weeks now, and I haven't also seen anything on the pediatrician chat or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully, like I said, it's a very rare, right? 300 cases out of 1 million COVID cases. So hopefully this is something that we see too much of, but always good to be aware.
We could have just maxed out already, huh?
That'd be so nice.
Yeah.
Very optimistic look on it though.
We're still waiting on word on whether or not they're going to lower the eligibility for the vaccine for younger children. Have you heard what the plans are with public health, the Physicians Advisory Group, Adeloop, on how they're going to roll this out?
So, well, first of all, the vaccine has gotten FDA EUA approval. The next step now will be for the ACIP, the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices. So they're another national group that's going to have to look at it, and then they give their recommendations to the CDC, and then that's when the CDC can give their recommendations. But public health has already been working. We talked about it, discussed in the PAC. Most likely, giving the vaccines at the bigger vaccine clinic sites that already exist. It's probably going to be the most effective and efficient. I think they also discussed maybe the schools. And then I would love to give vaccines in my clinic. I just would love to have to check out like the logistics of it, right? If we have to watch the kids for half an hour, and I assume it's going to be similar to the adult doses. It's a smaller dose, but once you crack the vial, you're probably going to have to use it within X amount of time. And so I just have to make sure I have enough space to accommodate all that. And if I can, I would love to give the vaccine in clinics. And public health has reached out and asked me, and I assume other pediatricians, if they would like to give the vaccine in clinics. But we're gonna have to wait a few more days. Probably next week is probably the earliest we'll hear from the ACIP, the Committee of Immunization, on the recommendations that we'll get from the CDC.
And so then I guess what should parents know if they've got a child under 12 that are thinking about it, or maybe kind of nervous about possibly giving their child this, or getting their child to get immunized with the COVID vaccine? What would you tell them?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like in my clinic, and I understand, like, I probably might have a skewed clinic demographic, but most of the parents are very excited about getting the vaccine. All the vast majority of my clinic parents have gotten it, and they can't wait for their kids to get it. That being said, I'm sure every parent out there is wondering, like, oh, has this been tested enough? Which it has. Is it safe? I mean, we've had 11 million people with it, or more. No, much more than that. Take that back. We've had, millions of people with it now. When we know that the side effects, it turns out to be a very safe vaccine. And yeah, I mean, overall, I would say it's a safe vaccine. I would get it. I would definitely get it for my son if it was available for his age. And it'll protect them from getting to the hospital. I think I saw a most recent thing from the CDC weekly M&M reports where it's saying over a few month period, they tracked adolescents that were going to the hospital, and 97% of the adolescents that were in the hospital were admitted for COVID were unvaccinated. And so the vaccine is, very effective in that age group as well. They probably mount even a better response than the adults do, to be honest. So it'll definitely protect them.
Are there certain, I guess, conditions for children that are under 12 that would prevent them from getting the vaccine? One that would prevent them from getting the vaccine. I mean, again, if they had like a life-threatening allergic reaction to the flu vaccine, any allergy, although, kids typically don't get that. Immunocompromised kids, because it's not an active vaccine, it's something that immunocompromised people definitely should get. So they wouldn't be ruled out of it. I can't think of anything off the top of my head where, unless it was like an allergic reaction to an ingredient in the vaccine, that would preclude you from getting it. Is the dosage the same for teenagers and adults or children over 12?
I believe the dosage is a third of a dose. Okay. But we'll have to see once the recommendations come out, what they recommend. Yeah. And I don't know if they're going to recommend a booster afterwards. I imagine they will, but I don't know. Maybe they'll extend the time that you need to get a booster just because it might mount a better response. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what the recommendations are.
Yeah, my son, like I mentioned earlier, he got his second dose, and even after the first dose, his arm was just a little bit sore. And other than that, he was fine. What about for these younger kids? Is there any sort of side effects parents should anticipate?
It seems like the most common one is going to be the one that everybody else has already kind of seen. They'll probably have a pretty sore arm, and then might feel a little bit tired the next day or so. I would say it's probably going to be very similar to what the 12-year-olds have been experiencing, would probably be my guess. We don't expect any, scary side effects. Of course, everybody's aware of like the myocarditis, which is even in the highest risk demographic is 80 cases per million, cases administered. So, it's not something that's, it's so rare. That's kind of hard to say that.
I'm glad
that would be a reason not to get it.
I'm glad you mentioned myocarditis. Can you explain what that is to our viewers?
Myocarditis is going to be inflammation over the heart. You can have pericarditis, which is going to be the lining of the heart that gets inflamed. It can be caused by a viral trigger. So, when every year we get like hand, foot, mouth disease, like it just kind of swoops around the island, there's a virus. One of the viruses that causes the Coxsackie is known to be able to cause myocarditis, pericarditis. But it's really rare. I don't remember the last time I saw a viral cause of that, but we have cases that pop in every once in a while to the hospital. And usually we monitor them, make sure they're doing okay, and then they usually leave a little bit afterwards.
Well, thank you. Is there any final word, I guess, that you have to say to parents about with children under 12 on why they should be vaccinated?
It'll definitely, we know the vaccine is very effective, right? So it'll definitely protect the kids from getting sick with COVID. It's one less thing they have to worry about. At this point in time, and I'm, thinking about the CNMI, that makes a lot of sense. It's just a matter of when are you going to get COVID? Are you going to get COVID before you're vaccinated, or are you going to get COVID after you're vaccinated? And if that's, kind of the direction that this pandemic is looking towards, we got to start looking at living with the virus now and not really thinking about that we're going to be able to stamp it out completely. It's probably going to be around for a long, long time. I would much prefer all of my patients and any patient that could get the shot to get COVID after you get the shot. Studies are showing now that there was a question at one point whether it was more effective to have immunity just from natural infection. You just got COVID, now you're protected, versus getting the shot as being protected. Of course, this is study over adult population, and when they looked, they saw that people who got naturally infected had a 5-time higher chance of getting reinfected, or at least getting a positive test again. Of course, it could have other things that influence the behavior. Of course, if you're not getting a shot to begin with, maybe you're doing a little bit more risky behavior in terms of COVID. But, the fact remains that just a natural infection, those people are going to be 5 times more likely to get a positive test than somebody that just got the shot. So, yeah, I would highly recommend that parents think about getting a shot with them, talk about it with your pediatrician. I've had a lot of parents who came in with really good questions, and hopefully I answered them satisfactorily, and they were able to think about go and get the shot for themselves and their grandparents, but also for their kids. So talk about it with your doctor, but I would overwhelmingly recommend the shot for kids on the island that can get it.
Currently, in order to go to school, you have to have a TB shot, right? Do you foresee this COVID vaccine going to be a requirement?
I'm not sure. I mean, besides the TB shot, everyone has to get like a childhood immunizations to go to school, right? You need to get your measles, chickenpox, et cetera. I don't know. I think it might turn into something like a flu shot. A flu shot isn't required, but it's definitely recommended. Yeah. And if this virus keeps mutating every year, then there's probably going to be something similar like a flu shot where there's a booster for whatever variant. This is all just guessing right now, right? Because that's not where we're at right now. But I could see that happening, and yeah, it just might be one of those things that we're just going to get, just so we don't have to wear masks for the rest of our lives and can just get back to gathering and stuff.
Right. So I wanted to ask about the Physicians Advisory Group. Do you guys still meet?
We do. We still meet. It's been about once a week. Mm-hmm. And usually it'll be a little bit more focused discussion. Most of the discussion right now is basically the state of the hospitals. If you know the census at GMH, where I'm a board member at, GMH is still pretty full, even though overall, like, our COVID numbers on the island look, kind of stable. And then we're coming into the winter rush, right? So one thing that's, we have a bump in cases, like just admissions to the hospital around this time anyway, because now we have other cold viruses. Of course, COVID isn't the only cold virus, and there are a handful of other viruses that can go down the lower respiratory tract, and at least as far as I'm concerned, for kids, can cause bronchiolitis, which usually kids do just fine, but it might require a couple of nights in the hospital with some oxygen. And so, yeah, it's resources are stretched. So So yeah, it's a constant topic that we have.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. I really appreciate your time and talking with us and talking to the community.
All right, always a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Can we see the baby one more time? Is he still there?
He is still here. He's starting to get a little fussy, but all right, here we go. Come on, Reeve. Okay. He started to chunk out a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, look at the second chin. Oh, man.
Okay, now father and son have to pause so everybody can do like adequate screen grabs and everything like that, because that's a great picture.
Oh, he's so cute.
Wow.
So Doc, at what age are you gonna mandate that he go to med school too?
Actually, I'm gonna just leave it up to him. I feel like I never had any pressure from my parents to be a doctor, and I feel like coming to that decision on my own really made me enjoy the path much more than being forced. I unfortunately had some friends in med school that really hated being in med school and ended up not finishing, and they were smart enough and they were just pressured into it and never enjoyed it. So
Right
I would
on.
hate for that to happen. Yeah.
Right on, Doc. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful
Look at
voice.
that. You know what? This is weird, but if anybody had kids out there, you might relate. But when the drool goes down under the chin, and I don't know if you got into smelling under here, Doc. It's just, I don't know.
And the feet.
Oh yeah, you need to keep that all dry. Lots of tummy time, air it all out.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doc. Be safe.
All right.
Stay
Thanks,
safe.
guys.
There you go, Dr. Michael Hum. Look at that. E-a-day. That's your E-a-day moment.
That's the real reason why we
Doc,
want to
I'm
see
sure
the
you're familiar with
baby.
the concept of Magodai now, right?
Yeah, he is. Hey, it's 9:27. Let's take a quick break and come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-through event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Good morning. The Link. Always the right time to link up, guys. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. You missed it this morning, Bree. Jason brought up Talaja 2000. Yeah, it was, and I was like, 011 plus the Innovators. That was a good one.
Are we going old school IT again?
Well, because I was telling Bree you brought up Talaja
2000.
Yeah. 9:38. Let's head into the Zoom room where Senator Frank Blas Jr., Republican, joins us. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Senator.
Right on. Thanks for popping on. I guess we'll just start with session yesterday, as there was a little bit of some happening at the beginning of the session, Senator.
Yeah, well, what had happened was we had resolved into the Committee of the Whole, and we had the Deputy Director of DOA, Ms. Guinness, and Daphne Shimizu, Director of Revenue and Tax, that was there to begin to take on some questions that the body may have had. And then the chair, Senator Clint, had said he had apologized. He wanted to give Senator Sabina Paris an opportunity to read a statement provided by the speaker, who unfortunately, wasn't able to make session yesterday, but wanted to read her statement onto the record. And there were some, I guess, there were some things that were said in the statement that first off, it was supposed to have been a statement to explain how we got to this point, how we got to that point, with regard to Bill 130 and eventually public law. But it further expanded into other remarks. I mean, other sentiments that were being expressed, and that I was a little, I don't want to say confused. I was just a little taken aback at. Well, okay, wait a minute. We're here to explain and to try to just take care of the error that occurred in Bill 130. But it appears that the statement suggests going a little bit further. And I wanted to, before we can start any round of questioning, is I wanted a copy of what was written, what was being read. The legal counsel had determined that the body was not privy to a copy of the statement, but then I said, but it was read into the record, so I want a copy, a transcript of what was being read into the record, because there were comments and there were things that were said in there that I think that the body would need to be able to deliberate on. This is a deliberative body, and why we're moving, and it appears that we want to move into something further. Is not what this body was called to do, and I wanted to question. I wanted to ask questions, or to make sure that my colleagues had the opportunity to ask some questions based on the statements that were made. And so we went on recess because since I can't get a copy of what was being read, we had to get it. We need a transcript of it. What was read into the record. So the clerks had to go back, look at it, go through the tapes, and transcribe the statement. And that's what we're going to be using when we go back into session tomorrow.
Do you have that transcript?
No, we don't have that transcript yet. I'm hoping that sometime, and then today being a holiday for the government, I don't know if there's any of the clerks at the legislature that are working to be able to provide it. But I do know we go back in tomorrow at 1:00.
Yeah, I'm reading the story, and a part of what Senator Bears read was, notwithstanding the corrective actions we've taken on this measure, the Speaker has led efforts and has been supportive of efforts to expand eligibility of war claims to survivors who died before the arbitrary cutoff date of December 23rd, 2016. But you're saying she said a lot more than that?
Well, that, and first off, we went into the session yesterday for the purpose of correcting the language that was placed in error.
Yeah.
In the bill that was transmitted by the governor and eventually signed. Okay, that was not the intent of the legislature, the language there. And so what we were going to go in there was just remove that language. Yeah. Okay, it should have been something very simply done. Mm-hmm. And we could have been out of there in about an hour. But when you got to make a statement like that, and then you say, well, despite this is what else we'd like to do. That goes against the grain, goes against what we were supposed to do, what we had intended to do.
Right.
And so that needed to be addressed.
Right. So,
and I can't address it if especially if it's normally if somebody wants to read something onto the record, as is done in public hearing stuff, we'll get a copy of it. Mm-hmm. Okay. This was clearly a statement that was going to be read into the record. If this was something that Frank Blas had written, so that when Frank Blas makes his own, when he makes his own presentation, okay, that's me talking about, and I'm using those as my notes. This, in fact, was a statement that was read onto the record, and I wanted a copy of it.
It's interesting too because prior to session there was a bill that was introduced. I believe it was Bill 220, by Senator Amanda Shelton and the authors of the original bill,
Right.
Vice Speaker Tina Mooney Barnes and Senator James Moylan. What do you make of that bill? Because it kind
Well, I quite haven't. I haven't read the bill. That said, though, is if that be, what those sponsors, those authors would like to be able to deliberate, then it's going through that. It's going through the normal legislative process. Introduce a bill, set it. Let it go to committee. Let the committee put together a hearing. And then let it take its course from there. But for even that bill to have an impact on what we needed to do with this bill, that would not have been, in my opinion, that would not have been germane to what we needed to do yesterday, what we intended to do. So that would have been first off a moot point, because that would have to go through the process of bill making and legislation. So I don't know what the intent was of the authors of and I find it quite interesting that it also is the same authors of this legislation that we're now trying to correct. Okay. But we'll have that conversation when that conversation is to be had. But it's not to be had in this in the deliberation of this bill.
Yeah, I was just confused because I thought we were trying to correct this
Yes.
issue, which we are, and then here comes this new bill, which is like, hey, we just want to pay everybody.
which was in the
Yeah,
error bill, right?
Yeah. So this new bill is like the error bill. I mean, the error law.
But with a funding source.
But with a funding source.
True. And when you're talking about the funding source, first off, the $150 million, that's the assumption that everybody, first off, that there's only 15,000, claimants. And secondly, that only the 15,000 claimants are only going to get the minimum claim amount. That's not inclusive of the other claims that could be made by, the same individual. You could have had a war survivor who had a family member who was tortured, and then killed. So that will be, an amount plus another amount plus another amount. And if you have multitudes of that, $150 million is not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. And then get to the point of, okay, where's this money going to come from? And that needs to be discussed. It needs to be, bring in the folks from the administration and go through the numbers and see whether or not this is in fact something that's feasible, and if it can be done. Amongst the other conversations about whether or not, this, are we going to take on this responsibility again? There's something that the United States government should be taking on. We've forgotten a lot, of where this whole discussion came from. Years and years ago, when it was first passed, the war claim bill was first passed in Congress. We were given the assurances that placing it or using Section 30 monies was just that language was just a placeholder. And that it was necessary to have that language as placeholder so that we could continue the discussion, but it was not the intent to have Section 30 monies be the funding source for this. Then all of a sudden it is. And now we're going to, so at the end of the day, we're going to get permission we were getting permission from the federal government to use our money to pay what they were supposed to pay. Using our money, and it's going to continue, and then we're going to continue on with this with this new process, with this new idea.
But as far as you're concerned, there's no way that Bill 220 can be discussed during this session, right? Because there's been no public hearing. There's no way. Okay.
No, and then just the amount alone. okay, that will be necessary. Okay, I mean, you know, you're talking, you know, in excess of, again, you know, based on the bill that we're trying to fix, okay, that figure is close to $10 million. Okay, what 220 proposes is now something in excess of $150 million. All right, with a different funding source. See, in this bill, the funding source was going to be the excess of Section 30. You know, the monies that were basically that the federal government had basically taken from what we deemed to be excess of Section 30 and using that money to be able to pay the war claims. This bill, the other bill apparently, is going to be using not just Section 30, but another funding source. So that in itself would you need to be able to have to go through that whole process to include a fiscal review. Okay.
Yeah, but it's Senator Shelton, Vice Speaker, and Senator Jim Moylan, and I mean these guys have had measures before that just get rammed through. So you sure you're not concerned that
It's
something?
not the 35th Guam legislature, and I think that they're finding that out real quick. Okay, and if they have the votes to be able to do this, you know, then so be it. It's a deliberative, and it's a process that needs 8 votes, and if they've got the 8 votes, no matter what Frank Blas says, or no matter how much Frank Blas puts up in this in contention, if I don't, you know, if I make a motion and it fails, it fails. It moves on. You know, and that's the arena that I work in. And you know, that's why I got to continue to work and to bring these issues up to light, and hopefully that, you know, at one point in time, even yesterday, my request to go on to recess so that we can get the transcript, so we can have the clerks transcribe what was said. There was objection to that. If I didn't garner enough votes to be able to, you know, to move on my motion, you know, it would have been a different story.
Right. A quick question: why would you guys need to go into the committee of the whole?
It's because it's an appropriations bill.
Okay.
Okay.
Even if it's just the same bill.
Even if it's the same thing, you still need to be able to. You still have to go through that process, and that's where you can make the.
Okay.
You know, because one of the other things too, we wanted the committee of the whole is we wanted an explanation as to how we got there.
I see.
Okay. Which was what the statement that was written, or that was read into record was supposed to provide. Unfortunately, what happened was that it provided much more. You know, that was, you know, first off, okay, what does that got to do with the price of Tang and Happy Mart? And secondly, what does it got to do with the bill? Okay, and that needed to be separated out. Okay, and the place to do that, committee of the whole.
I kind of wanted to ask you before we let you go about the public hearing on the LEAP bill. It was Senator Amanda Shelton. The public hearing yesterday was for her bill, but no public hearing, I don't think, has been scheduled yet for your bill. But you kind of like snuck it in, it seemed like, when you were talking to Lester Carlson and the Transfer Authority, because your bill proposes 37.5, where Senator Shelton's proposes 20 million. Have you heard anything about when your bill will get a public hearing? And were you kind of surprised by Lester's response about having this extra transfer authority? It seemed like
well, first off, you know, I had to call the powers that be last week and says, "Where's my bill?" You know, because if there was an opportunity to have, you know, back-to-back hearings, you know, at the same time, you know, with Bill 214 and 216, that would have been opportune, you know, so that we can get, you know, if need be, if we can morph one, you know, the measures of one bill into the other, so we can come up with a stronger piece of legislation, then great. I mean, that would truly help the business community, as well as help the government in being able to manage the resources so they can provide this help. You know, that's what Bill 216 is able to provide. Albeit, yes, it asks for a little bit more, you know, and as far as funding, you know, it gives the governor the tools that as was stated, yesterday by Lester, if we had more tools in the toolbox, we can do this better. Great. Here it is. Let's be able to do this. Again, at the end of the day, there's no there's no ill intent with Frank Bloss or any of the co-sponsors of Bill 216. This is, business community needs some help. The governor is willing to be able to provide, some help with the assistance of the legislature. I think as legislature, let's give the governor the tools to be able to do this. Okay? At the end of the day, when she signs this thing, it's not going to be, thanks to Frank Bloss. It's going to be thanks to Lulu Young Girl. It doesn't, for me, what matters most is it gets the help to the community. Okay? That's what matters most to me. Not that it's no claim to fame. Even if you were to take the provisions of my bill and place it into your bill, guess his name is going to be at the top of the bill as it's transferred to the governor? Still the same people for 214. But it serves the purpose of what I was looking for. Right. And so yesterday, the conversation with Lester, when she's, although he couldn't be pegged down, he didn't want to be pegged down. And I understand. He didn't want to be pegged down to certain things. He was asking for, extra tools, and this is what we give. And it's quite interesting that I know the conversations that we're having, that the Elena Lata group, as well as other groups we're having with the governor, as well as with the legislature. And one of the discussions, one of the things that the governor would constantly brought up in their discussions was, I would really like to be able to help, and I can do more to help you if, I was provided, given back some more of the transfer authority that the legislature took away. That said, okay, Governor, if this is what's going to help you, then okay. I'm going to sponsor that legislation along with 3 other individuals so that we can give you those tools, so that you can make, so that you can provide this, so that there is no excuse, we didn't have the authority to be able to do this. Lester brought up a point yesterday based on what on the transfer authority that the governor has right now. Okay, she's got the ability to transfer about $30 million. So let's just take that if this bill passes, okay, and she goes in and she uses that transfer authority, and she uses that $30 million. That leaves her with $5 million for the rest of the year to be able to take care of other government matters that may come about. Yeah. Okay, where my bill proposes to give her an extra $30 million, so that even if it's at 37.5, she still has that delta. She still has that extra funding that she can use to manage the government cash, and move the monies around. And we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, though, she's got a tool shed filled with $600 million worth of tools.
That's why it's funny to me talking about all this transfer authority and bending over backwards to give the governor. Why are you guys trying to give her more authority? She has all the authority she needs.
The thing is, and I made it clear in the legislative term of the bill, I says, look, Governor, you provided, comments that stated that, look, in the cases of where there are government shortfalls, you can fill those gaps with the ARP. Okay, first off, as a legislature, it's, ARP as well as CARES and all that, that's hands off to us. I understand. Okay, so if that be the case, then okay, Governor. In this case here, you may be short in being able to provide this, and you said you're going to be able to backfill that with ARP. Okay, here you go. Here it is. But help the businesses. Right. That's what ARP, American Rescue Plan, that's to help the community get back up on its feet. It's not to help the government get back on its feet, it's to help the community get back up on its feet. Nor is it to help the government grow. It's not a time to grow the government. Okay, you need to be able to help the community get back up on its feet, and that's what this is for.
Well, once you get a date on your public hearing, let us know. Good luck.
Yeah, I'll be over here. I'll be over here holding my breath.
Yeah, but don't hold on to the killer grin that long. It may spoil and it may grow legs and fly away.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, you guys. You guys have a great day.
All right,
okay?
you too. Hey, it's 9:59. Let's go.
Let's go to the Department of
Thank you.
Corrections. We've got Tyler Mazzanoni live. I don't have my glasses on, and I want to say that's Antone.
Yeah, you would be correct if you said that. That is, in fact, Major Anton Uggan of DOC. Ty, good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Today. Good morning, everyone. Tyler Mazzanoni here, reporting from DOC. We've got Major Anton Uggan joining us to give us the latest. This morning, just before 7 o'clock, we did have a local detainee escape. Can you please give us the details on that?
Yes, at around 6:50 this morning, or a little bit around that time, the officer assigned to our quarantine area behind Post 16, where our positive inmates their detainees are housed, discovered that one of them, Anthony Camacho, was missing. And so immediately they searched the area as protocol, and when we couldn't locate him, phone calls were made to local law enforcement, and we declared him an escape. And so right now we are working with the Guam Police and other law enforcement, including our SWAT team and other personnel, in recovery right now.
Can you please give us a bit of a background? What is he known to be a violent criminal? What should the community be aware of? And if they do happen to spot him, what should be the protocol?
Well, his charges in here range from robbery to theft of property to burglary. He has no violent history while confined. But again, I advise everybody that regardless of what their initial charges are, if they escape from the prison, just consider them dangerous. And if they see them or see him and or have information, contact the proper authorities. They can call GPD, or they can call here at DOC 734-3981, or our visitation processing center, where we have set up our command center, 734-4566, and leave the information with the officers that are here, and we will disseminate it out to the officers in the field. But yeah, I would not recommend you try to apprehend him yourself. Again, if you have information, contact the local authorities and let them apprehend him.
Okay, and I think that's the most important thing to take away. Do not approach him. If you do spot him, call the proper authorities. And lastly, Major Uggan, we do understand that this is a COVID positive patient. He was in the quarantine and isolation facility on the property. And then there's also something about shackles. Can you give us a little bit about that?
Again, we're still looking into all the facts surrounding his escape. Again, that unit is our quarantine isolation outside the compound. We did implement some security measures in place, but I don't have all the details at this point as far as, we do require them to wear leg irons up there, but I don't have all the information as far as what happened. If he had it on him, if he didn't have it on him, I don't know. That's something we would need to look into once he's recovered. Right now we're focusing on recovery, and then we will get down into what really happened.
Thank you so much, Major Uggan. Remember, he is Anthony Luis Camacho, escaped from DOC just before 7 o'clock this morning. And if you do see him, do not approach, call the proper authorities. And Major Uggan, thank you so much. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you. Major, if you could just hang around for just a sec.
Okay.
We wanted to ask more about the COVID quarantine isolation facility, which you said is located outside the compound?
Yes, our quarantine facility, Chris, is located behind our Post 16 general population housing unit. Again, that was set up there months ago to house our quarantine. We would try to keep them away from the facility. And they do have a fence around the two tents. These are warrior tents that were put up months ago. And again, we're not sure what really happened that, led to an escape, but we'll look into it as soon as we recover him. That's our priority right now, is to recover him.
How many detainees and inmates, or just detainees that are in the isolation?
I believe right now the count up there is about 3 or 4. I know yesterday was around 3. Mm-hmm. So we don't have huge numbers of people up there right now. Mm-hmm. And several of them.
And when's the last time they did the head count? Or how often?
Sabrina, we're still, again, my IA officers are up there collecting that information, the log books and some things like that. So I don't have that information available right now, but we will get to the bottom of, when those are same questions we have as far as what was the last head count and when was he last seen, and all those other questions, of course, that most people have. We have the same one. So once the recovery, we are looking into everything right now, but our primary focus is on recovery right now.
But as far as you know, you guys discovered, though, that he was missing just before 7 o'clock this morning. So there's no real way of knowing, like, he could have been out in the community, out for hours, right?
Well, the information we gathered at this point, Sabrina, is that he was, head count was given around 6 in the morning, and he during Reveille, and he was present. That's the information that is being relayed to us right now. Again, I don't have all the logbooks and the blotters in front of me, but it was around 6, right, just about 7 when the officer was doing, I believe, another head count, and he noticed he was not around.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned these are the warrior tents. Would these tents, I mean, if he had like a knife or something sharp, would he be able to cut through the tent and make his way out?
Yeah, these tents are just canvas material tents. They're not concrete or steel or anything like that. So it is possible to damage it by cutting it. But at this time, I don't know if that's one of his ways that he got out of the facility. Again, we're still looking into it, and we'll know more as the day goes by.
All right. Any indication that he may have been helped?
There's no indication that he was out before the too much before the officer discovered him missing. So at this point, I have no reason to believe he had escaped earlier than 6 a.m.
Do you have any indication that he may have been assisted in his escape effort?
Like if there was a car waiting outside?
No, not at this time. But again, if anybody out there is assisting him, I would caution them because they can also face criminal charges if it's discovered that they did assist him in this escape.
And they could get COVID too.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Anton. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Major.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Godspeed. There you go.
And just a little bit about Anthony Luis Pacheco Camacho. He does have a criminal history.
No
He's
way.
been in and out of jail, I want to say since 2013, when he was first busted for terroristic conduct, family violence, and criminal mischief. He was also in jail for burglary, criminal mischief, conspiracy, guilt established by complicity, theft. Some of the other charges he's been in DOC for robbery as a second-degree felony, criminal facilitation, and as I believe Anton may have said or Tyler may have said, he's currently in for parole violations. But I mean, we're talking reckless driving, aggravated assault, assault against a peace officer, eluding a police officer. You have any information, you know where he's at, you see him, don't approach him. He's a COVID positive. Call GPD, call 911, call 477-HELP, and report him. And if you are assisting him and helping him, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Right, and you might also be like in the way when they go to apprehend him, and just be careful and just call the police if you're with him.
And GPD is assisting. I did speak with the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio. Right. They got their Special Operations Division officers on the hunt.
KUAM TV, thank you guys so much for jamming with us for this extended edition of The Link with that live update there with Tyler Mantonani, of course, from the KUAM News team. We've always got your back with our primetime newscast. For Jason, Joe, sir, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios!
Bye.
Guess who's back? We're back. Yep, that's 10:08. Burger King. So proud to present Cover Me. You go Friday, Chicken Fries Friday, order a chicken fries. Man, I'm so craving chicken fries. Say, I love the chicken fries. They're going to give you another one just like that because you're awesome. Okay, thank you, Burger King. It's also brought to you in part by Docomo Pacific. This Tuesday morning, All Souls Day. Sending this one out to my boy Fluff here, who I know is out at Mass and heading to the cemetery just to honor the memory of his late father. It's Ianizuhu from Fluff. Cover Me. Burger King, Link Fam, be safe. God bless you guys. Until tomorrow, adios.
Tataon at kanikanay mo Asuzugi tiempo Paguzan ginastahit bumasta Uusayan nizu Maski seya tipo novio da novia Amigo muzu Ianizu Isinantusani Gwinay zaku Samu kukulayan nizu Gikalulot mo Ianizu Isinantusani Gwinay zaku Samu kukulayan nizu Gikalulot mo Paguza hakon nizu sizu Usayan nizu Zayan nao ni na panhaasu Para untazuzuzu tizu Ianizu Isinantusani Gwinay zaku Samu kukulayan nizu Gikalulot mo Ianizu Isinantusani Gwinay zaku Samu kukulayan nizu Samu kukulayan nizu Samu kukulayan nizu Gikalulot mo